Chapter 21-24. Coercion. In my past life, I had waited until I was at the peak of my power before I came to the demon territory. Therefore, I lost to destiny and lost her. In this life, even if I'm as weak as a mortal, I will step into the demon territory without hesitation and take her away myself. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. The boldness in his voice made many demons secretly admire him. It had to be said that Lin Ling was a true warrior, a true man. Putting aside the fact that we're enemies, you're indeed worthy of my admiration. However, because we're enemies, you're going to die here today. Those great demon kings all stood up. I don't know if she will die or not, but no one can stop me from taking her away. Lin Ling looked straight ahead. Flames of determination burned in his eyes, as if the flames of war were burning the heavens. The hearts of all the devils trembled. Lin Ling was even more resolute than they had imagined. Kill him. Father, you must kill him. On the ground, the high priest could not help but roar. Now that the demon king and the others had made their move, Lin Ling had to die this time. Whoosh! Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, a sword slashed down, causing his head to fall off. Only after smashing into the ground did he realize that he had been killed by Lin Ling. However, before he died, he still heard Lin Ling's arrogant words. If you don't have the strength of a great demon king, then don't come here to die. Indeed, among the demons, the only one who could stop Lin Ling was the great demon king. That didn't include him, the ant-like high priest, so he shouldn't talk nonsense. You killed my son. I'm going to kill you. In the distance, Billion Lives Demon King stared blankly at Lin Ling. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so straightforward, killing without hesitation. If I don't kill him, do you think you won't kill me? Lin Ling smiled faintly as he held Xian Yuangu's hand and walked forward step by step. However, his words made many devils nod in agreement. The fact was indeed so. The high priest could only blame himself for being too stupid. He thought that he was on the same level as Lin Ling. He didn't know that he was just an ant to Lin Ling. What great courage! Let's see if you can leave this place. Those great demon kings all let out ice-cold voices. The terrifying power of law was like an invisible storm, suppressing Lin Ling. Since you are the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, we will let you die with dignity. The Devil Nation's Crystal Master shouted coldly. Boom! Lin Ling felt as if his entire body was being pressed down by an endless mountain. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. There were too many laws, perhaps reaching 10 million. Although these laws did not attack him directly, the aura they brought was not something he could withstand. Kneel down, Li Xiaoyao reincarnated Lin Ling. The Devil Nation's Crystal Master laughed complacently. He was very happy to be able to make the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras kneel down. In the future, he could also boast to the 4 great races that he was the #1 person in the world when Emperor Li Xiaoyao knelt down before him. You! Dream on! However, what surprised him was that Lin Ling was still walking forward while holding Xian Yuangu's hand. Although it was difficult for him to move, at least he took a step forward with difficulty. You have backbone. If you had cultivated for a longer time, I have no doubt that you would be able to control our lives. However, you are still too weak now. Kneel down. The Devil Nation's Crystal Master shouted coldly again. Caw caw caw. An even more terrifying power of law attacked. Suddenly, Lin Ling's bones began to break. His whole body was covered in blood, and even his blue and white robe had turned red. Xian Yuangu could not sense the pressure of these laws at all because Lin Ling blocked them all for her. Haha, the #1 emperor is about to kneel. Everyone saw that Lin Ling's knees were gradually bending. Paw! However, in the next moment, Lin Ling smiled coldly and straightened his bent knees again. Because he was standing straight, many people heard the sound of bones breaking. So strong. With his current strength, he can't stop the ancient giants at all. He actually didn't get forced to kneel. He is true to himself. If it weren't for Xian Yuangu, he wouldn't have come at all. No one in the mortal realm can kill him. Moreover, if he cultivates for a while longer, he will definitely not be weaker than the great demon king. What a pity. Many demons were hostile at first, but gradually they admired him. Although they were enemies, their enemies' backbone and pride were enough to move them. Ah! The Devil Nation's Crystal Master's face turned ugly. He did not believe that Lin Ling was so powerful. Kneel. An even more terrifying pressure of law came. He wanted Lin Ling to kneel. Because Lin Ling had come to their territory, there was no doubt that he would die. However, before he died, he wanted the #1 emperor to kneel. The more arrogant he was, the more he wanted him to lower his head. Crack. 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 Lin Ling's body was covered in more blood. Every step he took left a bloody footprint. His long hair was also fluttering. His face was somewhat ferocious. It was a ferocious expression of pain. His current law was only 100,000, which was not comparable to the late-stage martial emperor experts of the older generation. Lin Ling. Feeling the pressure Lin Ling was under, Xian Yuangu shouted worriedly. The ferocious expression on Lin Ling's face disappeared. He turned around and smiled, child's play. It was actually very difficult to smile, but Lin Ling did not want Xian Yuangu to worry about him. Don't worry, I will take you away. Then, he took another step forward. What a stubborn boy. At this moment, the great demon kings were shocked. Lin Ling was actually able to withstand the difference of tens of millions of law energy. This was simply beyond their imagination. However, this also showed how terrifying Lin Ling's perseverance was. Moreover, it also showed how terrifyingly Xiaoyao's perseverance was. The combination of their perseverance had reached a level that made one's hair stand on end. That was indeed the case. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Lin Ling's growth was not smooth sailing. If he did not have that iron-like perseverance, how could he reach such heights today? I have more law energy. Let me do it. At this moment, the 400 million great demon kings also shouted coldly. Rumble. An even more ferocious pressure of laws surged outwards. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling had already reached the main street. The entire street seemed to have been suppressed and sunk in. All the demons looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to know if Lin Ling could take Xian Yuangu away under the pressure of the 3 great demon kings. They also wanted to know if this human genius who had entered the wolf's den could survive. Ah ah ah. Lin Ling let out a low groan. His eyes were red. If not for his godly demon body, he would have been reduced to dust. The difference in strength made him feel weak. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely make these great demon kings be suppressed by his even more terrifying aura. He would remember this grudge. God's bone. A bone quietly appeared in his right hand. Then, he moved forward again. Chi. Under the pressure, the god's bone quietly turned into sparkling light and entered Lin Ling's body through his palm. Caw. His bones had also become even tougher. How terrifying. However, you still have to kneel. 200 million. The 400 million great demon king's face was also filled with anger. He released his law energy again. Paw. Lin Ling took a step forward. Under the pressure, the potential of his godly demon body was also stimulated. Chapter 21-25. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Still as wild as before, the 400 million Great Demon King let out a low roar, and invisible laws permeated the air. Among the great demon kings of the demon region, he had the most laws. Those laws were like dreams and lightning, wandering in the sky like clouds. Bang bang bang. Invisible waves of energy pressed down, and countless demons on the street knelt down. Although the pressure of the laws was directed at Lin Ling, there were too many of them, and they couldn't withstand it. Some of the weaker demons were even crushed into powder. However, Lin Ling still stood, and he blocked all the laws on Xian Yuangu's body. He stepped on the path alone. Lin Ling. Xian Yuangu was already crying her eyes out. Was it so difficult to break fate? It's okay. If I die, I will enter reincarnation with you in this life. Lin Ling didn't have the strength to turn around and look at her. He could only speak weakly. For her, Lin Ling had given up the world and his bright future. It was all for the sake of breaking that fate. You won't enter reincarnation alone. Xian Yuangu nodded heavily when she heard such a resolute sentence. Wherever her man went, she would follow, even if it was reincarnation. As long as they held each other's hands, they wouldn't get lost. How infatuated. 400 million. The 400 million Great Demon King sneered, and an even more terrifying pressure of the laws attacked. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling had completely refined the bone of God, and his physical strength had increased greatly. His godly devil body was also at the initial stage, but he still couldn't withstand the surging laws. His arm broke with a bang, as if it was just a skeleton. He weakly held Xian Yuangu's hand, but this time, Xian Yuangu held his hand even more tightly. She was afraid of being separated from her man. Bang! Both of his legs were broken, but he was still standing on the ground with his broken bones. What was surprising was that Lin Ling's expression was calm. He allowed his bones to break and blood to flow. This time, he did not let out a cold cry or cry. At this moment, all the demons on the ground were kneeling. Only the Great Demon King and Lin Ling were still standing. This scene was undoubtedly shocking, as if thousands of people were bowing their heads. This wedding was very beautiful, but it was also very sad. This guy is really hard to deal with. I'm coming too. Come. The 100 million lives Great Demon King's mind, he didn't believe. Instantly, laws surged towards Lin Ling like an avalanche. His attack was clearly even more vicious, and he wanted to deal a fatal blow to Lin Ling. He believed, Lin Ling. The Great Demon King, the Great Demon King, Great Demon. The Great Demon King attacking Lin Ling. This seniority was already inappropriate, but now 3 Great Demon Kings were attacking at the same time. This was somewhat despicable. And when the laws of the 3 Great Demon Kings joined together, Lin Ling might not be able to block it. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils contracted fiercely, as if he could see the demonic power descending from the sky. Before it arrived, all the buildings in the city had collapsed. The scene was shocking. Why hadn't the firmament sword Immortal and the others come yet? Could it be, he was going to fall here? In a short period of time, several thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. Could it be that he had to use his trump card? But no matter what kind of problem it was, if he was given a choice, he would choose to come here again. If you want to fight, then fight fairly. Why mess up this fated marriage? At this moment, a mysterious person wearing a cloak suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling, one hand supporting him, helping him resist the pressure of the turbulent laws. This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling's expression to change slightly, and he looked over with a frown. Brat, although you and I are enemies, I admire your persistence in love and the importance you place on promises. Xian Yuangu will be very happy with you. That mysterious person smiled faintly, revealing a stunning face under the brim of her hat. She was actually the sexy beauty he met when he sold the mountain. Almost at the same time, the laws of the three great demon kings in the sky pressed down like thunder and lightning, like a dream or an illusion. The vast demonic aura surged and actually formed a demonic nation. Heart Demon Gu Hai. Facing the terrifying law pressure in the sky, that sexy beauty's pretty face turned grave. Large amounts of blood-colored bubbles floated out around her body, as if they were bubbles emerging from the bottom of the water. However, each bubble was an extremely powerful law. Furthermore, when the bubbles rose into the sky, they also exploded, giving off crisp sounds. Those sounds carried a mysterious melody that could actually shake one's soul. This was clearly a powerful method that combined laws and soul power. Great Demon King Gu Hai. When the three great demon kings sensed that terrifying aura, their expressions changed drastically. This was because the latter was one of the 5 great demon kings of the demonic domain. She was also the most mysterious great demon king. This great demon king did not have a large territory. Furthermore, it was at the border of the demonic domain. Furthermore, her entire race was female. However, no one in the demonic domain dared to underestimate that place, as all who went there would die. Rumble. The terrifying law pressure in the sky seemed to have been blasted away, revealing the dusky sky. Clearly, Great Demon King Gu Hai had blocked the 3 great demon kings' law pressure. Of course, that was just the pressure. If the 3 great demon kings had attacked with their laws, Great Demon King Gu Hai would not have been able to block it. At this moment, Great Demon King Gu Hai's pretty face turned somewhat pale. Clearly, she was having some difficulty blocking it. Scram! However, to her surprise, the man before her shouted coldly at her. He did not need her help. I will protect my woman myself. Thank you for earlier. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly, his face filled with pride and determination. You fool! That great demon King Gu Hai could not help cursing angrily. Should he call this youth a fool? Or was he too stubborn? However, although this man was wild, at least he knew how to appreciate favors. He also thanked her. Without my help, you would definitely have died. That great demon King Gu Hai said again. In reality, she did not know why she wanted to help. Perhaps she did not want a man with a true temperament to die in this world. Actually, your help is not much. On the contrary, you will only bring trouble to yourself. Furthermore, I, Lin Ling, am already here. Clearly, it is already too late for them to kill me. Lin Ling raised his head, his handsome face spitting out a voice. Great Demon King Gu Hai's pretty eyes immediately narrowed. Lin Ling is that confident. The 3 great demon kings behind were the same. After all, they could kill Lin Ling at any time. Previously, they only wanted to make Lin Ling kneel. Did Lin Ling really think that he could escape from the 3 of them? If that was the case, they would lose all face. He is still as wild as ever. He truly lives up to being the human race's genius, Lin Ling. Those kneeling demons had no choice but to submit. Even at this moment, Lin Ling still remained arrogant. Lin Ling, do you really think that you will not die? The 100 million lives Great Demon King said coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was the densest. The 3 great demon kings withdrew their nomological pressure and looked at Lin Ling. I have already come this far. I, Lin Ling, will not die. Chapter 21-26. You can't kill me. You mean we can't kill you? Billion Lives Demon King narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that a trifling Lin Ling could cause any big waves. Of the 5 great demon kings of the demon realm, only this beauty and the great demon king of the east can be considered heroes. As for you all, you're just a nest of snakes and rats. Maybe you're not convinced, then I'll tell you how much trash you are. Great Demon King of the 100 million lives, your son's wedding, in the end, the bride was taken away by me, and your precious son was killed by me. Such a shameful thing happened. I really don't understand how you still have the nerve to call yourself a great demon king. Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom, I killed all 3 of your sons, but what can you do? You can only hole up in the demon domain. You should give up your great demon king position and let someone else take it. As for you, the 400 million great demon king trash, you only know how to team up with others. When you meet me, an early Martial Emperor Jr., you actually don't dare to fight one-on-one. Of course, I know that all of you are determined to kill me, because all of you are afraid that after I grow up, I will come and settle accounts with all of you. Lin Ling's voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the 3 demon kings' expressions to turn extremely ugly. What infuriated them was that the surrounding demons were silent. Clearly, they agreed with Lin Ling's words. How can someone who's about to die have the guts to spout such nonsense? The 100 million lives demon king was the most furious. Hee, if you're scared, then you're scared. What's the point of talking nonsense? Lin Ling laughed coldly, but I can also tell you that today, you can no longer kill me. You can only watch me leave in anger. With that, he held Xian Yuan Gu's hand and left again. That kind of carefreeness and fearlessness had undoubtedly caused the entire city to fall silent. Even Demon King Gu Hai was shocked. He did not understand where Lin Ling got his confidence from. She muttered to herself, this fellow is only a second-stage martial emperor, while the 3 demon kings are late-stage martial emperors. Furthermore, there are 3 of them. How can he block them? Then let me see how you won't die. The 3 demon kings were so angry that they began to laugh. It was time to end everything. This time, they no longer planned to use the pressure of laws, but instead use laws to kill. Lin Ling. Xian Yuan Gu looked at Lin Ling nervously. Lin Ling had already recovered by relying on his god-devil body. He smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. Let's go. If the 3 demon kings had attacked him from the start, he, Lin Ling, would have been slaughtered. However, the 3 demon kings were too confident and missed the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. In addition, Demon King Lin Ling blocked the most crucial attack. Therefore, it was now time for Lin Ling to counterattack. Because he sensed that his disciple had returned. Great Devil Kingdom. At this moment, behind him, countless devil armies were rushing over. The Devil Nation Crystal Lord floated up. His chest seemed to have opened the gates of a city, allowing the army to descend. How terrifying! Is he finally ruthless enough to make a move? All the demons watched this scene anxiously. However, that proud youth did not even look back as he walked through the street. It was as if he was taking a stroll with his wife under the setting sun, amidst the army, playing with life. How bold! Not to mention those demons, even Demon King Gu Hai sucked in a cold breath. Rumble. The void exploded and the streets tumbled. A large number of demons died under the laws of the Demon Nation's Crystal Master. But when everyone looked at Lin Ling again, a terrifying scene occurred. On that icy cold street, that pair of lovers was still moving forward. Not only were they fine, but the 2 were even chatting happily. Chee! Seeing this, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air was heard. How domineering! What kind of courage was that? How can this be? That Devil Nation Crystal Lord's expression turned somewhat ferocious. In reality, he absolutely could not let Lin Ling leave, as Lin Ling would be a huge problem. Hence, while he seemed to be forcing Lin Ling to kneel earlier, he would definitely kill Lin Ling at the critical moment. However, he now felt that the situation was out of his control. Devil Nation Crystal Lord, are you letting him off? The 100 million life Demon King shouted angrily at this moment. Nonsense. That brat suddenly became strange. If you don't believe me, you can try, the Devil Nation Crystal Lord retorted somewhat gloomily. I don't believe that he is that strange. The 100 million life Demon King floated up. The single horn on his forehead, as thick as an arm, gave off a dazzling light. Many strange palms appeared around him. These palms gave off a mysterious demonic fog, giving off intense pressure. Without a doubt, any one of the 3 demon kings could kill everything, aside from the various ancient giants. Die for me. Those terrifying palms danced in the sky, blotting out the sky and smashing down on the ground. When one looked carefully, one would see 200 million laws hidden in them. The demonic domain seemed to be overturned at this moment. Boom! The ground shook. However, the horrifying thing was that the swordsman carrying the ancient sword continued holding his wife's hand as they strolled along the cold street amid the boundless laws. Only after all the laws blasted the ground did everyone see that Lin Ling remained safe and sound. I remember that you like to eat barbecued meat. Previously, when we were together at the ghost domain, I was the one who barbecued most of the meat. It should be your turn next time. Lazy fellow, isn't it the husband who barbecued meat for the wife? Men and women are equal. Occasionally, the wife should make a move. What rendered everyone speechless was that this perfect couple was actually chatting. The entire city immediately fell silent. The 3 demon kings goggled. Demon King Gu Hai's beautiful eyes also narrowed. That feeling made it seem like those two were not from this world. They had transcended life and death, walking in the sky that everyone had to look up to. We cannot let him leave. Otherwise, he will become a huge problem. Attack! The 3 demon kings finally felt fear. This was as good as letting the Grim Reaper leave. If that young ancient era powerhouse left alive, they would be the ones to die the next time. 400 million laws. Unparalleled laws blasted out again. They are panicking. Clearly, Lin Ling's earlier words frightened them, the crowd muttered to themselves. The crowd secretly said. In their eyes, this matter was too unbelievable. The 2 of them left along the long street. Even the 3 great demon kings couldn't kill them. Most importantly, the 2 of them didn't even turn their heads back from the beginning to the end. They were so calm and indifferent that they couldn't help but admire them. Furthermore, these were 3 demon kings, the most terrifying existences in the demonic domain. Who could survive from them? However, Lin Ling seemed to be able to rumble. Even so, with 400 million demon kings attacking, the result was the same. At this moment, the cold sweat on the foreheads of the 3 demon lords increased. The arrogant words from before, the mocking of Lin Ling, were like silent slaps that ruthlessly landed on their faces. They could not kill Lin Ling with their full strength, yet they still wanted to toy with Lin Ling. In reality, they did not know that Lin Ling had finally brought out one of his trump cards, the dodging domain. This dodging domain was left behind by Li Xiaoyao. It was a soul energy martial technique. Once it was activated, as long as one's soul energy was not completely exhausted, one could form a dodging domain. Chapter 21-27. The ancient giants would be killed all the same. You killed my son. You can't live. The billion lives demon king couldn't hold it in any longer and flew toward Lin Ling hysterically. Since he couldn't kill him with his laws, he would just have to get close and kill him. However, as soon as his figure moved, a black torrent swam out from Lin Ling's body. A giant ancient serpent flicked its tongue and coldly stared at the 100 million lives demon king. Boom! The huge snake's mouth then pounced, and the laws roared. What the hell is this? The 100 million life devil king became more and more anxious. Everyone could see that he had lost his composure and reason. Of course, if it was another person, they would probably do the same. Seeing a junior who was inferior to them leave before their eyes, who could maintain their calm. Boom! Boom! It was none other than a little saint. In fact, Lin Ling could have used the minor saint from the beginning, but he didn't because the three devil kings wouldn't treat him like an ant if he used his trump card. After all, Lin Ling only needed time. That giant snake was actually able to fight the billion lives demon king to a draw. Lin Ling's methods are truly endless. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. It was indeed difficult to kill Lin Ling. Many people even sensed that the hearts of the remaining two demon kings were shaken, as if they also believed that they couldn't kill Lin Ling. Or perhaps, they couldn't see through Lin Ling anymore. His cultivation is not high, how could he be so difficult to deal with? We can't let him leave. Let's attack him together. Although it's extremely humiliating, it's best if we can kill him. Alright. The Demon Nation's Crystal Master and the 400 million Great Demon Kings exchanged several words before rushing out. Even if they didn't care about face or dignity, they still had to keep Lin Ling here. Stay here forever. The terrifying demonic palm grabbed at Lin Ling, and the sky of the infernal domain seemed to be split into two. 400 million Great Demon King. He was famous for having 400 million nomological laws. This was because he had the most nomological laws in the infernal domain. He even had the most nomological laws among the ancient giants of the four races. As for the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Lord, at this moment, thousands of soldiers and horses swam out of his body. All of them condensed on his body, turning him into an indomitable giant. Upon closer inspection, one would find that his entire body was composed of his head, hands, and feet. It was quite a terrifying sight. Are you finally going to fight to the death? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared at Lin Ling and realized that even though he was the center of attention, Lin Ling was calm and collected. He would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. King. This was a true king. Get the hell back. Finally, a cold voice sounded. There was a sword coming from the horizon at an extremely fast speed. One sword with 100 million nomological laws, cutting through everything. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. Seeing this, the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Lord sucked in a breath of cold air. In fact, he had always been wary of Lin Ling's disciples. However, he also sensed that those disciples were not around Lin Ling. That was why he was so confident. Even if those disciples rushed over, he would be able to kill Lin Ling first. However, he had overestimated himself. Lin Ling's methods and trump cards were simply beyond imagination. Moreover, Wuxia was already at the second degree. What if he was at the same level as them? Go to hell. After Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, a black dragon roared. It was the Dark Dragon Emperor. Following that, there was a whistling sound in the sky. It was as clear as a bell, but a cold and murderous voice also descended. All of you must die! Exclamation point. Martial god Yunga floated in the sky. A mysterious jade zither appeared in her hand. The zither determined the world. The arrival of the three ancient giants of the human race had undoubtedly shocked the entire infernal domain. How terrifying! Is that Lin Ling's counterattack? Exclamation point. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. In their hearts, Lin Ling was like an emperor on a tour. When he arrived, he would dominate the world. Bang! 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 However, what terrified them was that there was another giant coming from afar. His footsteps were like thunder, and his long hair danced wildly. He was like an invincible god of war. It was the great demon king of the East. Behind the great demon king of the East, a large number of demons from the realm of true martial were also charging over. Great demon king of the East. Great! Billion-Life Demon King stared at the distance, and his face turned completely ugly. He finally understood why Lin Ling appeared here alone. That crazy guy actually used himself as bait to attract the attention of the three great demon kings. He wanted his disciple to save the great demon king of the realm of true martial. Lin Ling was really a lunatic. Billion-Life Demon King could not help but admire Lin Ling's actions. While he was still in shock, the huge black snake's tail swept over. It actually carried an endless amount of power of law, as if it was going to destroy the world. This made Billion-Life Demon King's face change. He instantly released a large number of palms, forming an earth-shattering force, to resist the huge tail of the ancient snake. He was deeply aware that these things that came from Lin Ling's side, whether they were humans or snakes, were extremely terrifying existences. Pop! 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 The huge tail seemed to be cutting through tofu, causing those palms to explode unceasingly. Demon energy violently shot out, but in the end, Billion-Life Demon King was still confident that he could block the attack of the ancient snake. Unfortunately, he forgot that there was more than one expert attacking him. I will take your life on behalf of my master. At this time, a sword slashed over. It was half evil and half demon. A huge sword light seemed to be able to cut through the world, and it carried a strong murderous aura. No! Billion-Life Demon King's pupils constricted. Yes, he had forgotten that Lin Ling's strength was not due to a mere ancient snake. How could he have forgotten about this? In fact, he should have known that after Lin Ling's last sentence, they had already lost the upper hand. Subconsciously, he stared fixedly at the street and suddenly realized that the young man who looked like a monarch was still holding Xianyuan Gu's hand as they walked down the street. That feeling was as if he, the Demon King of 100 million lives, was an ant that couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes at all. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the huge tail of the little saint came over and wrapped around his body. Let me go. Billion-Life Demon King let out a terrified cry. His voice was so miserable that it made the hearts of all the devils tremble. After being tied up by the little saint, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian's sword slashed over. Are you bullying me with numbers? The question that came out of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian's mouth was undoubtedly shocking. Swoosh! The decisive sword slashed out, and the ancient city seemed to be cut in half. Under countless gazes, a sword wound appeared on the 100 million lives Devil King's neck, and vast amounts of devil energy leaked out. The 100 million lives Devil King's face was completely pale, and even stiff and unsightly. Under everyone's shocked gazes, his head slid down to the ground. Under the joint attack of the little saint and Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, one of the 5 great demon kings of the devil region had fallen. The whole city, even the entire devil region, seemed to have fallen into silence at this moment. Today was the wedding day of Billion-Life Demon King's son, and the entire devil region was celebrating. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would come and interrupt the most joyous occasion in the devil region, stirring up a storm of blood? In fact, he did succeed in stealing the bride, and the so-called groom was just a joke. However, no one would have thought that even Billion-Life Demon King would fall. One should know that he was one of the ancient giants of the 4 races. It could even be said that Billion-Life Demon King was the first ancient giant to fall after the battle of creation. Domineering, was this Lin Ling's domineering way? He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Chapter 21-28. The tide has turned chi. In the next instant, the entire ancient city let out the sound of cold air being sucked in. Even Demon King Gu Hai felt the same. She smiled bitterly. She did not expect that the brat she met when she was selling the mountain would be so terrifying. The funniest thing was that she had overestimated herself and tried to help him. Moreover, it was no wonder that this brat would not have a good expression every time he saw him. Because the other party really didn't need to fear him. Boys, kill. Turn the world upside down and blood flows like a river. At the same time, the giants in the distance arrived. They brought an army of thousands of men and horses to slaughter everything. The great demon king of the east had descended, the most ancient great demon king of the infernal realm. Not good. The demons in the ancient city were scared. The great demon king of the east was not a good person. His territory was seized and he almost died. How could he not take revenge? Bang! The gigantic fist carried with it the power to destroy heaven and earth as it viciously slammed toward the demon kingdom's crystal master. Great demon king of the east. The devil nation's crystal master's face was extremely ugly. Today, his plan with the billion lives demon king had been disrupted by Lin Ling alone. They had gone from an absolute advantage to an absolute disadvantage. Why? Boom! He also punched out and released a large number of demons. However, as soon as he released it, the black dragon hovering in the sky also released its ferocious aura. Many figures jumped down from the sky. They were the villains from the prison in the mortal realm. Their ferocious aura was so terrifying that even the demons were afraid. Then, they clashed with the army of the crystal master of the devil kingdom. Boom! The two fists collided. With the cooperation of the great Eastern Demon King and the Dark Dragon Emperor, the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master's aura immediately withered. All of you are bullying me with numbers. You are not true martial artists. The Devil Kingdom Crystal Master roared angrily. He simply could not block the attacks of the two ancient giants. Weren't these things done by you all before? The great demon king of the east raised his fist and punched out. Every punch was like a meteor bombarding the earth, overbearing and magnificent. Boom! Boom! With each punch, the Devil Nation Crystal Master spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. His face turned even paler. On the other side, the 400 million great demon kings weren't any better. They only had 2 people left while Lin Ling had 4 ancient giants on his side. How were they going to fight? Even the surrounding demons were surprised at how quickly the situation had changed. Lin Ling! The 400 million demon king roared. He was filled with regret, incomparable regret. If he had known earlier that Lin Ling's counterattack was so terrifying, he would have simply killed Lin Ling from the very beginning. Unfortunately, he missed it all. Kill. In the sky, martial god Yungu also attacked. Her attacks were so sharp that they made him suffer again and again. However, he gritted his teeth and held on because there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Lin Ling was definitely in a heavily injured state right now. They couldn't kill Lin Ling, but their subordinates could. Go kill him. The 400 million demon king roared at the sky. He wanted to see Lin Ling die. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He should have left an ancient giant by his side to protect him instead of bringing along the Xian Yuan Gu alone. The Demon Nation Crystal Master also thought the same. Therefore, he endured, hoping to hold on until Lin Ling died. A large number of demons pounced on Lin Ling, making Demon King Lin Ling anxious. Just as he was about to warn Lin Ling, however, at this moment, a large number of black shadows floated out of Lin Ling's body. The terrifying Yellow Springs army descended, and the ancient primordial divine crows appeared majestically. Ah! Before those demons could get close to Lin Ling, they were killed by the ancient primordial divine crows. They were even forced to retreat in panic. Lady Water Mist, Lady Pooh, and the others sneered, "Come, let's see who will kill who." Another trump card appeared. Lin Ling seemed to have no limit, giving the Demon Nation Crystal Master and the others a resounding slap. They were not qualified to kill Lin Ling. Boom! Such a scene undoubtedly shocked the entire true martial realm. Until now, everyone still had an illusion. Who was the real Demon King of the Demon Domain? Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still holding the Xian Yuan Gu's hand, strolling on the broken long street. Under the dusky sunset of the demon domain, it looked extremely peaceful and beautiful. So beautiful. He was actually talking to the Xian Yuan Gu the whole time. He didn't even look behind him. This is the overlord in my heart. In the distance, many demons secretly thought to themselves. They all remembered the name Lin Ling. The two figures in the distance walked further and further away, disappearing from everyone's sight. As for the city, it was still the battlefield of the ancient giants. However, there was no doubt that the demon nation Crystal Master and the others had lost. Today, not only did they not gain any advantage, they suffered a great loss. Lin Ling, thank you. After leaving the ancient city, the Xian Yuan Gu smiled excitedly. He, I said, I will be back. Lin Ling also smiled brightly. He knew very well that although he appeared to be carefree earlier, in reality, he had almost died. Fortunately, he had managed to survive that difficult period. So, where are we going now? The Xian Yuan Gu looked at Lin Ling with appreciation. In this world, there was a man who risked his life to save her. Such a man was worthy of being with her for the rest of her life. Most importantly, the fate of her and Li Xiaoyao was finally broken in this life. Anywhere is fine. The two strolled aimlessly, cherishing the hard-won time. Finally, they stopped on top of an ancient mountain, back to back, looking at the entire demon domain. Although the sky in the demon domain was dark, it had a different feeling. Li Xiaoyao, Lin Ling, they are the same person. The Xian Yuan Gu leaned against Lin Ling, smiling and talking to herself. She quietly turned her head and saw that the young man behind her had fallen asleep. He was so tired that he fell asleep. The Xian Yuan Gu's heart suddenly beat wildly. Then, she gently touched Lin Ling's cheek. After doing all this, she seemed to have done something wrong, and her beautiful face blushed. They quietly leaned against each other. After an unknown amount of time, the Eastern Demon King appeared in the distant sky. He looked at the young man and woman on top of the mountain and couldn't help but laugh. In this life, Lin Ling finally didn't come too late. My lord, all the remaining people are either dead or have escaped. Right now, there are no other great demon king's people in the realm of true martial arts. A subordinate beside him said. This time, we should thank that guy. If it weren't for him, we would have been dead. The Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. He didn't expect that his strongest opponent in the past would be his savior today. He is a good match for my lady. The subordinate laughed, which made the Eastern Demon King stunned for a moment. Then, he coldly snorted, he is a good match, but if he wants to marry my Gu, it won't be that easy. If he doesn't send millions of rivers and mountains to the mortal world, he won't even be able to touch my Gu's hand. This betrothal gift is so ruthless. The subordinate laughed again. The Eastern Demon King's mouth was hard but his heart was soft. You old man, when I saved you, you were only half alive. Now, you are full of energy. Alas, are all old people so awesome? Chapter 21-29. Embark on the journey again. Scram. Don't think that you're young. You're actually an old monster. The great demon king of the east scolded, causing sword Immortal Tsang Tian to shrug his shoulders helplessly. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. They had slaughtered all the devils who had invaded the true martial world. As for the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Lord and the other two Devil Kings, they had managed to escape. After all, they had already planned to escape. So, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape from the true martial world after consuming a lot of their cultivation. Of course, although they had escaped, it was obvious that their vitality had been greatly damaged. There are still more than 2 years until the Battle of Creation. They don't seem to be a threat anymore," said ancient martial god Yun, smiling. Everybody nodded. At this moment, outside the realm of true martial, the crystal master of the devil nation and the 400 million great demon kings were in an extremely difficult situation. Moreover, they were extremely weak. Naturally, their faces were extremely ugly. They even felt that the wind blowing in their ears was a kind of mockery. Because today, they had gone for wool and come home shorn. The entire infernal realm was laughing at them. Perhaps even the entire four races were laughing at them. "Lin Ling, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." The two great demon kings roared angrily, especially the Devil Kingdom's crystal master. His grudge with Lin Ling had reached the point where he would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. After a short period of rest and reorganization in the true martial world, almost all the devils had recovered. Cheers resounded throughout the entire true martial world at this moment. Because Lin Ling had saved them. Not only did he save them, but he also saved the great demon king of the east and Xian Yuan Gu. Right now, if anyone dared to say that Lin Ling wasn't worthy of Xian Yuan Gu, then they would be drowned by the crowd's saliva. Moreover, this sensational news had spread to the true martial world, letting the four clans know that the divine king of the God clan and the ghost emperor of the ghost clan had died. They couldn't believe that a great demon king of the demon clan had fallen before the creation battle had even begun. And this was no small matter. This was because it was very difficult to die at the great demon king's level, but Lin Ling had done it. Without a doubt, these ancient giants were even more worried about the creation battle in the future. They were afraid that Lin Ling would actually rule over this world. At this moment, in a small valley, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. Behind him, a god and a devil appeared. The two extreme auras were colliding, as if a god and devil had descended. This time, by borrowing the pressure of the three demon kings' laws, he was able to smoothly absorb the god's bone, allowing his body's strength to reach 200 Yu. Even Lin Ling was shocked by this terrifying progress. He was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. From the looks of it, the cultivation of his fleshly body did not fall behind. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. With the help of the ambergris, which was an item of great misfortune and great fortune, Lin Ling had successfully entered the third level of the martial emperor realm. The number of laws in his body had reached 150,000, and the flame of Yellow Springs had also reached its peak. Not only did the Yellow Springs army recover to 100% of their strength, even the 6 paths of reincarnation, his Azura Dao had also reached the middle level, increasing the number of laws by 200,000. In total, he could erupt with more than 400,000 laws. In the early stage of the martial emperor realm, he could be said to be invincible. Of course, Lin Ling was not arrogant. After the battle at Dreamlike Mountain, he knew that he still had a long way to go before he could reach the heights of the ancient giants. However, Lin Ling remembered the oppressive aura of the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master. When he reached the heavens and earth, he would properly oppress the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others. In fact, part of the reason why the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others were able to escape was because Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others had deliberately allowed them to escape. They wanted to leave them for their master to personally take revenge in the future. After the third level of the Martial Emperor realm, there is a watershed. Once one steps into the fourth level of the Martial Emperor realm, the number of laws will increase by several times. However, this is also a huge gap. Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. The opportunity required to break through the threshold was obviously much more than that. Now that the Xian Yuan Gu had been rescued, the next goal was the third stone sculpture. If he could obtain the stone sculpture, Lin Ling was confident that he could dominate the world. Hey, don't be in a daze. Come and help me. On the other side of the valley, Xian Yuan Gu was barbecuing meat. She was tearing up because of the smoke. She glared at Lin Ling and said angrily. Ha! Looking at the little dirty cat's face, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. You're still laughing. Come and help me. Why should I help? Last time, I was the one who barbecued meat. This time, it's your turn. You want to take advantage of me, Lin Ling. You're too inexperienced. Bastard, you're not a man. The two of them pointed at each other and cursed. Yuanshi Zi and the others, who were far away in the valley, were dumbfounded. They were really a pair of little enemies. I didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a scene. Yuanshi Zi looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Yuanshi Zi shook his head helplessly. After all, in terms of handsomeness, he was not inferior to Lin Ling. Why did all these beauties like to stare at Lin Ling? Then, his gaze turned and fell on the entrance of the valley. There stood a sexy woman. At this moment, she was rubbing her chin and staring at Lin Ling as if he was her prey. Sigh, another one. Lin Ling, you better fucking leave one for me. Yuanshi Zi was extremely sullen. He knew that the sexy beauty was extremely terrifying. She seemed to be one of the 5 great demon kings of the demon zone. The great demon king was also staring at Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? Lin Ling, why don't I make a deal with you? I'll sing and you'll barbecue meat. Xian Yuangu's smiling voice came from the valley again. I'm determined not to be fooled. I'm at a disadvantage. Lin Ling shook his head decisively. You're not a man. Yes, I'm a scoundrel. Lin Ling admitted with a smile. Xian Yuangu was so angry that she clenched her teeth. If she remembered correctly, he was also a scoundrel in her previous life. Of course, if we can do that tonight, I'll consider it. Suddenly, Lin Ling's smile became even more evil. Tonight, you can do that. Xian Yuangu was stunned at first. Then, she reacted and suddenly laughed like a little witch. Okay, but from now on, you'll have to pay for my lunch and dinner. She acted as if she had Lin Ling under control and made extremely seductive movements. One had to admit that although she was petite, she was extremely seductive when she made those movements. Lin Ling suddenly opened his mouth and saliva flowed out. Xian Yuangu was ecstatic. This man was definitely hers. No, you're not worth the price. However, Lin Ling's head shook like a rattle drum. Xian Yuangu was stunned. She took the initiative to show off, but this guy said he wasn't worth the price. You're asking for a beating. Am I that bad? Lin Ling's screams suddenly came from the valley. Outside the valley, the great demon king of the east was sitting there with a wine pot in his hand. However, there was a faint smile on his face. The things that happened in the valley seemed to have happened thousands of years ago. At that time, Lin Ling was called Li Xiaoyao. After a short rest in the valley, Lin Ling led everyone on a journey. This journey was the most important one, the third stone sculpture. Chapter 2130. Arriving at Yellow Springs Mountain again along the way, everyone was chatting and laughing. Moreover, the entire process was extremely smooth. It was so smooth that Lin Ling had an illusion that it was the calm before the storm. Master, what's wrong? Although Lin Ling hid it well, ancient martial god Yuno still sensed his emotions. Perhaps it's just a misconception. Or perhaps it's because I've encountered too many dangers in the past few years. That's why I feel that things are too peaceful. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the Yellow Springs Mountain came into view. It reminded him of the scenes that had happened in the Yellow Springs Mountain in the past. There, he had taken back the second dream and obtained the Yellow Springs flame. Then let's be careful. Ancient martial god Yun was most obedient to Lin Ling, so she said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded, but his eyes were still looking ahead. Vaguely, he saw a familiar face. It was the Yellow Spring Emperor. Although the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was still hiding in Yellow Spring Mountain, Lin Ling could sense that the mysterious existence was watching him. Shaking his head, Lin Ling led the group forward. He sighed in his heart. In the past, when facing such mysterious existences, he, Lin Ling, could only look up to them. Today, when he stepped into his old haunt, these mysterious existences were not worth fearing. Lin Ling also felt that this kind of drastic change was like a dream. Along the way, the ghost realm was still the same as before, with a large number of martial artists training. Are those people going to the Yellow Springs Mountain? Are you stupid? That's a forbidden area. Should we remind them? You guys are the ones who are stupid. Do you see that handsome young man in the lead? He's the #1 genius of the human race, Lin Ling. It's him. Oh my God, I actually saw him. When Lin Ling and the others flew over from the sky, the martial artists on the ground all became excited. Today, there was no one who did not know of Lin Ling's name. He was the youngest giant of the human race and the idol of all martial artists. It seems that people recognize Lin Ling wherever he goes. Yuan Shizi shook his head and smiled. However, he was not jealous because he also admired Lin Ling's sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others were used to it. Lin Ling, it's you. I'm Zhang Yingjun. A moment later, a voice suddenly came from the ground in front of them. A strange-looking little fatty ran over. You're all jealous of my handsomeness. From afar, Lin Ling could hear that strange voice. In fact, in this world, other than that guy, Lin Ling couldn't find a second one. So when he heard that voice, he knew who it was. Sure enough, Zhang Yingjun walked over quickly with the two of them. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he first punched Lin Ling. Their friendship could be said to have been forged through life and death battles, so there was no need for formalities. Lin Ling also smiled and chatted with Zhang Yingjun for a while. Then, he looked behind Zhang Yingjun. Lin Ling had seen one of the two people behind him before. It was the Immortal Buddha. The other person's strength was even more unfathomable. He looked like he was in his 40s. He was extremely young. Immortal God King. Immortal God. Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others narrowed their eyes. This must be one of the 3 divine kings of the nation of God. Lin Ling remembered that this divine king had helped him during the 4-race competition. He immediately smiled politely. I've heard of the name of the #1 genius of the human race, Lin Ling. Today, I finally have the chance to make friends with you. The Immortal God King was also very polite. At the same time, he glanced at Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others and greeted them. He was secretly shocked. There was indeed no weakling around Lin Ling. Because of Zhang Yingjun, Lin Ling was quite familiar with the Immortal God King. After a few conversations, Lin Ling knew that the Immortal God King had brought Zhang Yingjun to gain experience and collect some unique treasures of the Ghost Realm. How about we go together? Sure. Zhang Yingjun suggested with a smile. Lin Ling frowned. In fact, his trip was extremely important. He did not want unfamiliar people to join. However, Lin Ling trusted Zhang Yingjun, so he smiled and nodded. Everyone set off again. On the way, Martial God Yungu reminded. Master, this trip is to find the 3rd stone sculpture. It's not good for outsiders to join. It's fine. Zhang Yingjun won't harm me. Sure. Lin Ling had always trusted his friends. What are you afraid of? With us 3 ancient giants here, we won't be afraid even if the sky falls. The Dark Dragon Emperor said with great confidence. Everyone talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was extremely pleasant. Gradually, they arrived at Yellow Spring Mountain. The mountain was full of lonely souls walking around, which made one tremble with fear. Lin Ling knew the purpose of this trip very well. They had to pass through the reincarnation circle and reach the real ghost realm. However, he gradually sensed that something was wrong. This was because the number of ghosts around him was much more than he had imagined. That was impossible. Because these were reincarnation ghosts, which meant that they were about to enter reincarnation. Now that the number had increased, it meant that a large number of people in the human world continued to die. And the number of deaths was probably more than 100 million. Sensing this, Lin Ling's expression began to change. Then, his pupils constricted. Spirit formation. He stopped and then frowned as he looked at the sky. His expression became more and more serious. Master, what's wrong? Master. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others were surprised. We have entered a spirit formation, and it is an extremely powerful endless reincarnation formation. Lin Ling said. Hearing that, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. A spirit formation that could make Lin Ling treat it so seriously was most likely extremely terrifying. This formation has been set up by hundreds of millions of lives. Those who enter the formation will never enter reincarnation. They will be trapped in the same place and will never be able to leave. Lin Ling continued, moreover, this spirit formation should be targeted at us. Hundreds of millions of lives. How ruthless. Hearing this, ancient martial god Yun was also in disbelief. In order to deal with them, someone had sacrificed hundreds of millions of lives. This was indeed a ruthless method. It's the Emperor of Yellow Spring. Lin Ling said again. Because the only one who could control Yellow Spring Mountain and set up a spirit formation here was the Ghost Realm Great Leader. You are indeed the genius of the human race, Lin Ling. Before the formation was completed, you had already sensed it. Unfortunately, you have the flame of Yellow Spring. There is only one person in this world who can control reincarnation. Otherwise, I would not want to provoke a genius like you. After Lin Ling's voice, an ancient voice finally sounded from Yellow Spring Mountain. Rumble. The mountain range in the distance also swam and turned into the outline of a huge man, looking down at everyone as if he was looking down on the world. The Emperor of Yellow Spring. How dare you attack my master? Do you want to die? Sword Immortal Tsang Tian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. The law surged and the killing intent was extremely decisive. However, when the terrifying sword slashed forward, it quickly disappeared without a trace. And the Emperor of Yellow Spring said disdainfully. It's useless. With the spirit formation, we can't hurt him. After all, this is a spirit formation set up by hundreds of millions of lives. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. He did not understand why the Emperor of Yellow Spring was targeting him. However, the most important thing now was to break the spirit formation. Follow me. Chapter 2131. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios for the third stone sculpture. Break those tombstones. Lin Ling knew that those tombstones were the boundary. Once they were broken, the formation could be broken. There were a large number of ghosts guarding the tombstones. Of course, those ghosts could not stop Lin Ling and the others. Bang! 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 One tombstone after another was broken. As expected of the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. You can actually break the ancient boundary formation that I found in the Yellow Spring Mountain. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor's surprised voice came from the sky. But what puzzled everyone was that he was extremely calm. Ignore him. Go break the last boundary tombstone. Lin Ling did not even look at Tiankong Dao. He led the group forward again. After some time, the last tombstone appeared. As long as this tombstone was broken, the great array that sacrificed billions of lives would be easily solved. Moreover, they wanted to see why the Yellow Spring Great Emperor dared to provoke them. Because a mere Yellow Spring Great Emperor was obviously not a match for the Tsang Heaven Sword Immortal trio. Even if it was Lin Ling, he had a minor saint. He was not afraid of the latter in a one-on-one battle. The Yellow Spring Flame can only belong to one person in the end. At this time, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor's voice came from the sky again. For the order of the world, for the peace of the world, you must die. I'll kill your whole family. Lin Ling cursed. He thought that he had never provoked the other party. Who knew that the other party would be so arrogant? No matter whose reincarnation you are, I am the ruler of reincarnation. Therefore, I am the sky above your head. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said majestically. After breaking the formation, let's see where your sky comes from. Lin Ling did not bother to talk nonsense. He was about to attack an ancient tombstone in the mountain. I'm sorry to interrupt you. But at this time, a smiling voice came, attracting everyone's attention. They saw the immortal divine king looking over with a smile. In his hands, he was actually holding the Xian Yuan Gu, and the Yuanshi bone. Brother, what are you doing? Uncle. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others, even Zhang Yingjun and the others were shocked by this turn of events. You don't have to worry about this matter. You only need to know that everything I do is for the immortal divine kingdom. The immortal divine king said with a cold expression. After that, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the speed of your growth is terrifying. Therefore, no one wants to see you grow. Now, you cannot destroy the final tombstone. Otherwise, I will kill them all. Threats. It was because the last tombstone was destroyed, the great formation was broken, but the immortal divine king used the Xian Yuan Gu, to threaten Lin Ling. No wonder the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was so calm earlier. It was as if they already had a plan. Coordinating from the inside and outside, Lin Ling couldn't do anything. Lin Ling's face suddenly became gloomy. Immortal Divine King, I am indebted to you for taking care of me last time. Therefore, I, Lin Ling, treat you as a friend. However, your actions have broken our friendship. He never thought that there would be a traitor. To put it bluntly, it was because he trusted Zhang Yingjun. Lin Ling, it's all my fault. Zhang Yingjun also felt extremely guilty. However, Lin Ling waved his hand. Lin Ling knew that Zhang Yingjun was also being used. Friend. The immortal divine king said disdainfully, when you rule the world in the future, then we will all be under your banner. I'm sorry, I don't need such friends. I would rather rule the world myself. In fact, he was unwilling to submit to Lin Ling. He had his own ambitions. He wanted to rule the world. Therefore, he would rather not have Lin Ling as a friend. He would rather gamble once. You will regret it. Lin Ling's face became colder and colder. Stop talking nonsense. Now, stay there obediently. When the ancient array is completely formed, I will let your people go. The immortal divine king said word by word. Big brother, why are you doing this? Seeing the immortal divine king's stubbornness, the immortal Buddha Lord sighed softly. His big brother was using them. Immortal Buddha Lord, there is no need to talk nonsense with him. Since he has decided, then even if it is your words, he will definitely not listen. Lin Ling interrupted the immortal Buddha Lord's words. He looked coldly at the immortal divine king and said, I just want to know if you will fulfill your promise. The immortal divine king smiled and nodded, you don't need to doubt my credibility. You just need to let your disciples stay there quietly. Okay, I promise you. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Master. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others were extremely unwilling. Because they had more experts on their side, it was not difficult to kill the other party. Now that they were dominated by the other party's scheme, they could not swallow this anger. In fact, Lin Ling was also very angry. However, looking at the unconscious Xian Yuangu, he still endured it. Caw caw caw. The last tombstone began to sway, emitting a mysterious light. It sputtered out like a meteor and fell behind Yellow Spring Mountain, turning into a large number of tombstones. The tombstones that were destroyed by Lin Ling and the others appeared again. Moreover, the tombstones began to turn illusory. As long as the transformation was successful, the array would be completely formed. It could be said that this array was very difficult to break. Unless the source was cut off and people were stopped from continuously dying, it was impossible to break it within the array. What a great effort! In order to trap us, you actually sacrificed so many mortals. This debt of blood will fall on your heads. The killing intent in Lin Ling's heart became stronger and stronger. They're just ants. No matter how many of them die, it's not a big deal. The immortal God King said with a faint smile. To be able to trap you, Lin Ling, they died a worthy death. In the sky, the Yellow Spring Emperor also spoke. As an expert who controlled reincarnation, he had a disdainful attitude towards life. The day you become ants, you will know how lowly you are. Lin Ling said coldly. However, the two giants laughed disdainfully. Okay, the array is completed. Yes. Finally, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor let out a joyful voice. His words made the immortal Divine King relax. Lin Ling, I don't have any intention of targeting you. I don't have any enmity with you. In fact, we can even be friends. Yes. After speaking, he released Xian Yuangu and the others. Lin Ling also took them, but he sneered inwardly. Friends. Using Xian Yuangu and the others to threaten him, the immortal God King still had the nerve to call himself a friend. Shameless. Motherfucker, cut the crap and get to the point. Humph, Lin Ling sneered directly. His words made the immortal God King's face turn ugly. Lin Ling actually dared to scold him. However, he held back and said, I know you're looking for the third stone statue left behind by Li Xiaoyao, so I hope you can cooperate with us to find the statue together. Then, we will release your people. How about it? Humph, the third statue. Humph, soared Immortal Tsang Tian and the others' faces turned cold. So this was his goal. Lin Ling's pupils also narrowed. Then, he looked at the sky. Yellow Spring Emperor, you also came for this, right? Yes. Yes, the treasure belongs to everyone, so from the perspective of righteousness, I definitely agree with their actions. The Yellow Spring Emperor said indifferently. Everyone. Humph. Chapter 2132. Greet the third stone sculpture was left behind by their master, and now it belonged to everyone. One had to know that the treasure left behind by the third stone sculpture was definitely obtained by their master when he was alive. Why didn't these guys stand out to help Li Xiaoyao at that time? A bunch of hypocrites. Humph. Thinking of this, the impulsive Dark Dragon Emperor directly scolded them. Don't talk nonsense. I'll ask you now, do you agree or not? The immortal Divine King said calmly, as if he was talking about the most normal thing. That kind of greed and hypocrisy made even Zhang Yingjun feel like he was a different person. That was not his uncle. The immortal Buddha Lord also shook his head. Treasures moved people's hearts. He had always respected his big brother, but he didn't expect him to be so hypocritical. He had clearly snatched other people's things, but he actually had the nerve to say it was his own. However, although everyone felt that the immortal Divine King was extremely ugly, Lin Ling didn't have many choices left. He nodded and said, okay, I agree. Hee, that's good. We can still be friends. Seeing Lin Ling agree, the immortal Divine King smiled and nodded. But before that, I have a condition. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. Just say it. Because you are Zhang Yingjuan's brother, you are also half a relative of mine. So, if you have any problems, I will definitely help you. The immortal divine king said word by word. Those who didn't know him would think that he had a deep friendship with Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was cold. He walked forward step by step and arrived in front of the immortal divine king. Paw! A crisp slap landed on his face. You are not qualified to be my friend. This slap clearly stunned the immortal divine king. He was the #1 divine king of the immortal divine nation. When had he been slapped in the face? He was just about to get angry, but Lin Ling's voice sounded again. My condition is to be slapped 3 times by me. Hearing this, the immortal divine king suppressed the anger in his heart. He endured it. Paw, paw, paw. Lin Ling was direct and efficient as he ruthlessly slapped his face. Not bad, the feeling of scratching the divine king's face is pretty good. As soon as he said that, the immortal god king was so angry that his body trembled. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others laughed. Even the dark dragon emperor roared, Immortal god king, your skin is so thick. I wonder if 3 slaps will hurt. That was a good slap. Can we go now? The immortal god king gritted his teeth and said with a faint smile. This person knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He had the temperament of an ambitious and ruthless person. This boldness made Lin Ling secretly shocked. He said coldly, lead the way, dog. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you 3 more slaps. That's what you get for being so arrogant. Once I find the statue, I'll pay you back tenfold. The immortal divine king thought inwardly, enduring silently. Lin Ling strode forward. He believed that the Yellow Spring Emperor would open the array and let him leave. As for Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others, Lin Ling wasn't too worried because the 3 of them weren't weak. However, they couldn't break the array and could only be trapped here. This was also the reason why Lin Ling agreed. Because if they didn't leave the array, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to break it. Lin Ling. Master. Seeing Lin Ling leave, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others were a little worried. However, Lin Ling waved behind their back, telling them not to worry. After leaving the array, Lin Ling followed the immortal divine king and the Yellow Spring Emperor into reincarnation. The Yellow Spring Emperor wore a large cloak and had a quiet personality. Lin Ling took a second look at him. However, he, Lin Ling, would remember today's grudge. Then, the 3 of them arrived at Reincarnation City. To Lin Ling's surprise, a large number of experts were already waiting there. The Sun God King from the Nation of God, the Ghost Emperor from the Ghost Tribe, the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master from the Devil Tribe, the Drunken Immortal and the Death Arrow Martial God from the Human Tribe. Many ancient giants were there. They clearly had a plan and were greedy for the treasures left behind by Lin Ling. Seeing this, the anger in Lin Ling's heart grew stronger. Lin Ling, how have you been? After seeing Lin Ling, the Sun God King let out a low cry. However, he seemed to be in a good mood because Lin Ling had also become his prisoner. As for the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master, he was also incomparably excited. Lin Ling still had some use. After that, he would slowly kill this junior. Apart from them, the other experts were laughing excitedly. In their opinion, anyone here could kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only kneel and beg for mercy in their hands. The laughter made Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. These people were so greedy. However, how could he let them off so easily? A bunch of trash. I've kept you waiting. His lips moved slightly and Lin Ling spat out a sentence coldly. Trash. Those ancient great heads were startled. Soon after, they became furious. They thought that Lin Ling would lower his voice since he had been captured. Who would have expected that Lin Ling would directly call them trash? Do you know the situation you're in now? Swallow your previous words. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. The Sun God King shouted coldly. Lin Ling didn't have any disciples by his side. He didn't have the right to be arrogant. If you want the treasure, then you have to be scolded. You've cultivated for so many years, but you don't understand this principle. Have you cultivated for dogs? However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he shouted again. His voice made the experts suppress their anger. Yes, they seemed to have a favor to ask of Lin Ling. Also, I'm tired from walking. Bring me some tea. Lin Ling said again. He was treating these ancient giants as slaves. Don't be too arrogant. Now, we can kill you at any time. The Sun God King's face turned even colder. Are you threatening me? I'm so scared. However, I, Lin Ling, am standing here. My neck is exposed. Come and kill me. If you don't, then you're trash. Trash, come. Lin Ling wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. His aura was so strong that it made the surrounding experts tremble. Even if Lin Ling was a prisoner, he was still arrogant. Who will kill me? Lin Ling shouted again. Unfortunately, wherever his gaze passed, the experts didn't dare to act rashly. Crazy enough, but your strength is still a bit too weak. The Sun God King clenched his fists. He almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. Don't be angered by him. He wants you to kill him on purpose. If you kill him, our secret plan will fail. However, the Immortal God King beside him immediately stopped him. Although he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, he still had to endure. Pour him some tea. An expert said. He was a big shot of the ghost race, but they endured it. One by one. Starting from the Immortal God King, everyone will have a cup of tea. After it's over, I will lead the way. After someone took out a table and chairs, Lin Ling directly sat down and said unhurriedly. Everyone had to be respectful. They looked at Lin Ling, who was as calm as a sovereign. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices, but they still endured it. Then, they poured tea one by one. Lin Ling lazily received it. His heart finally felt a bit better. Pooh! After drinking a mouthful, he sprayed the tea on the Sun God King's face. The tea is too cold. What did you do, you dog slave? Chapter 21:33. In the mysterious desert. The tea is too hot. Are you tired of living? Kneel down. All the ancient giants were being made difficult by Lin Ling. They were so angry that their bodies continued to tremble. Slap. What was even more exaggerated was that Lin Ling directly slapped the Immortal God King in front of everyone, causing the Immortal God King to lose face. Obviously, Lin Ling was extremely angry towards the Immortal God King. As for the Yellow Spring Emperor, the moment the other party poured tea, Lin Ling kicked him out, causing him to roll out like a gourd. His face was as angry as an eggplant. This guy is ruthless enough. The surrounding experts were all dumbfounded at this moment. The ancient giants represented the top experts of each race. They could summon the wind and rain, command the wind and rain, and summon the power of an entire race. But now, they were all humiliated by Lin Ling one by one, and they couldn't even talk back. This kind of thing was undoubtedly extremely rare. However, if they wanted to gain something, they had to pay a price. Right now, what they had to pay was their face. Let's go. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and said. He knew that what he did before was just a temporary measure. What he had to do next still had to be done. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lin Ling. This trip is for a fair battle. After finding the statue, we can divide the treasures fairly, and then we won't interfere with each other until the battle of creation begins. The Sun God King walked over and said, his palm landing on Lin Ling's shoulder. His words were pleasant to hear, but his actions were extremely insidious. A wisp of mysterious flame entered Lin Ling's body, entangling Lin Ling's real power source. With just a thought, Lin Ling's real power source would explode. This method was undoubtedly extremely ruthless. Sensing the mysterious power in his body, Lin Ling smiled and nodded, as if he didn't know that the Sun God King was scheming against him. He took a step and headed towards the depths of the ghost domain. What reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? In my opinion, he's just a piece of trash. What's there to be proud of when you're just a prisoner? And, if it weren't for the third stone statue, I would have killed him. Without Sword Immortal Tsang Heaven and the others, Lin Ling could be killed at any time in the hearts of the powerhouses. Their auras gradually became more and more arrogant. Lead the way quickly. There was even a rank 4 Martial Emperor Realm expert who kept yelling at Lin Ling. His attitude was condescending. But soon, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor heavily injured him with a palm strike. Don't forget our promise to Lin Ling. He's responsible for leading the way. After that, we'll still be friends. Being arrogant to my friend is the same as being arrogant to me. It was as if he wanted to protect Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was extremely wary of him and did not fall for it. Along the way, they passed by a vast sea of ghosts and ghost mountains filled with vengeful spirits. However, this group of people had gathered the strongest fighting strength of the 4 clans, so they were safe and sound along the way. Gradually, an ancient desert appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew that they were getting closer to the stone statue. The desert was quiet, but there was a mysterious aura permeating the air. The cold wind was like the crying of ghosts, making one's heart feel heavy. There's something wrong with this desert. Yellow Spring Great Emperor, are you familiar with it? The human drunken immortal asked. I'm afraid that no one from the Ghost Clan has come to this desert before. Yes. Although the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was not familiar with him and could be considered as his enemy, they were currently in a cooperative relationship, so he spoke. No one has come here before. Yes. All the powerhouses sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Lin Ling. If it wasn't for him leading the way, no one would have been able to find this place. However, from another point of view, there might be a third stone statue hidden here. Immediately, the powerhouses revealed greedy smiles as if they had already obtained all the treasures. However, there's something wrong with this desert. Yes. Suddenly, a powerhouse from the Ghost Clan said and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you enter the desert first. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling frowned. He wanted him to lead the way. He turned to look at the person who spoke and found that it was Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian, whom he had met once before. This person was the Water Ghost Ancestor. Back then, when he went to the Saint's grand domain, this guy came with the Pink Second Prince to kill him. Who would have thought that he would also come for a share this time? You're ordering me. Coldly snorting in his heart, Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense, you're the one who has cultivated for the shortest time here. You're a junior. If you don't lead the way, do you expect us seniors to go? Go quickly. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian shouted coldly. His words were filled with majesty. He did not expect that a prisoner like Lin Ling would dare to refute him. The other powerhouses fell silent. They were indeed afraid of this mysterious desert. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything, walking step by step towards Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian. What do you want? Exclamation point. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian also walked out, his aura becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Ling was the human race's #1 genius, but in front of an ancient giant like him, Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. Although ghost ancestor Tong Tian was not one of the ghost domain's 4 great ghost emperors and was weaker, it would not be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. Don't forget that you were able to escape from me last time because of the ancient snake on your body. Ghost ancestor Tong Tian wanted Lin Ling to know the gap between them. Moreover, he also wanted to prove that he was an ancient giant, so he was not afraid of Lin Ling. You seem to be only a 4th-level martial emperor. Yes. Lin Ling finally spoke. Yes, although I'm not a peak martial emperor, I'm not an ordinary martial emperor. Ghost ancestor Tong Tian said coldly. Lin Ling nodded again, his face as calm as an ancient well. However, a white flame appeared in his left hand, dancing like a spirit. You want to attack me? I advise you not to look for trouble. Yes. Ghost ancestor Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Behind him, a large number of water ghosts appeared, roaring continuously. It was a terrifying sight. You're not qualified. Sigh. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at the water ghosts. Instead, the flame in his hand increased. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious reincarnation circle appeared in the sky, emitting a powerful pressure. Azura Path, this guy. Sigh. The Yellow Spring Emperor was first stunned, but he quickly warned, be careful. Sigh. Although ghost ancestor Tong Tian's cultivation was higher and his laws were not weak, his talent was not as good as Lin Ling's. Moreover, Lin Ling had reached the 3rd-level martial emperor realm, and his body had more than 500,000 laws. This was undoubtedly terrifying. 500,000 laws. Sensing the laws in the sky, the other ancient giants gasped. Lin Ling was indeed the #1 genius of the human race. The heavenly reaching ghost tribesman's expression changed drastically. Previously, he had been very confident because he had a trump card. However, he had not expected Lin Ling to possess so many laws that he was comparable to a rank 4 martial emperor. Coupled with the mysterious Yellow Springs flame, he seemed to be no match for Lin Ling. Wait, this can be discussed. Immediately, Tong Tian Guizhu shouted anxiously, but all he got in return was a sneer from Lin Ling. Rumble. At the same time, the mysterious reincarnation circle in the sky produced a terrifying suction force. The white flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Pop! 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 The water ghosts behind ghost ancestor Tong Tian were all sucked into the reincarnation circle. The most terrifying thing was that they were all burned. Chapter 2134. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Left Eye Mutation Discuss. Lin Ling sneered, didn't you order me around before? Didn't you prove that you are an ancient giant of the ghost clan? Why do you want to discuss now? His voice was like thunder, causing ghost ancestor Tong Tian's face to turn pale. He seemed to have overestimated himself. He did not know that apart from a few ancient giants, everyone else was actually ants to Lin Ling. He, ghost ancestor Tong Tian, was not qualified to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. Heavenly Coffin Emperor, save me. Suddenly, ghost ancestor Tong Tian looked at one of the ghost emperors and said. This person was one of the 4 ghost emperors of the ghost clan and his strength was unfathomable. However, what disappointed him was that the ghost emperor carrying the giant coffin didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. To him, it was no big deal to die in front of him. However, Lin Ling's strength made him feel pressured. After all, an ordinary rank 3 martial emperor only had 50,000 laws, while geniuses had between 100,000 and 200,000 laws. This was already very terrifying. However, Lin Ling was a monster above all geniuses. He had 500,000 laws. Such a monster could not be allowed to live. The other ancient giants also had the same thought, so no one responded to Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian's request for help. How sad. You want to prove yourself in front of all the giants, but no one cares even if you die. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he said indifferently. No. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian was brought into the reincarnation circle. He was extremely regretful. If he had known that Lin Ling had grown to such strength, he would not have arrogantly ordered Lin Ling. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was not until Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian disappeared that everyone reacted. Other than the true ancient giants, everyone else stared at Lin Ling with deep fear in their eyes. Lin Ling, stay here. The rest of you, go into the desert to explore. Among the 4 ghost emperors of the ghost realm, a thin middle-aged man said lightly. This person was the Great Zhou Heavenly Emperor of the Soul Luo Great Zhou, a true ancient giant of the ghost clan. Your clans also need to send people to explore. Then, he continued. The experts in the surroundings smiled bitterly as they entered to explore the path. Only the true ancient giants were left behind. Ah, what is this? In the silent desert, murderous intent was hidden everywhere. A level 5 martial emperor realm expert was quickly killed. This was because a pair of gigantic pincers had suddenly stretched out from beneath the desert, and they had directly clamped the powerhouse to death. Laws and blood splattered in all directions. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying! What was that thing? Even the expressions of the Sun God King and the others changed drastically as they looked at Lin Ling. The black demon scorpion is from the martial god realm. Its entire body is made up of laws. Moreover, it is vicious and overbearing. Even a rank 6 martial emperor would die here, let alone a rank 5 martial emperor. Lin Ling said indifferently. In fact, these terrifying things were left behind by Li Xiaoyao to protect the stone sculpture. From the martial god world. Hearing this, the faces of the experts turned pale. As long as it was related to the martial god realm, they had to look up to anything. After all, that mysterious world was a place that all martial artists dreamed of. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling chose a safe direction and led the group forward. Along the way, although there were many dangers, they could still manage. This was because Lin Ling had chosen the right direction. If others had barged in recklessly, they would definitely have died. Gradually, a tall figure began to appear on the horizon. After the sandstorm, they could vaguely see a huge stone sculpture. We're here, we're finally here. The crowd was excited. Even Lin Ling was the same. In fact, if it were not for these guys beside him, it would have taken him a lot of effort to find the 3rd stone sculpture. However, Lin Ling did not trust these guys. Moreover, the stone sculpture was left behind by him. How could he let these greedy guys get their hands on it? I'm sorry, I'll be leaving first. After moving forward for a while, Lin Ling suddenly sneered. He took a step forward and dashed forward. This action was so sudden that the experts could not react in time. You're courting death. The Sun God King was the first to roar. A divine flame shone out and his speed followed the light as he chased after Lin Ling. This was a terrifying speed of the laws. However, Lin Ling had a sneer on his face as he continued to run. Rumble. Almost at the same time, on the ground, dust exploded as a giant scorpion the size of a small mountain rushed out. Endless laws were also blooming. What is this? Some of the weaker martial artists were actually corroded alive by the giant scorpion's ferocity. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the giant scorpion was. Black Demon Scorpion King. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. The reason why he quickened his pace was because he knew that there were many Scorpion Kings here. They were enough to stop those greedy guys. Little bastard. Sensing that the giant scorpion was blocking their path, all the ancient giants were furious. Lin Ling was indeed unwilling to cooperate. Chase, we must get the third stone sculpture before he does. Those ancient giants exposed their killing intent. If they caught Lin Ling, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that things were urgent. He erupted with all his laws and shot into the distance at a speed faster than light. The stone sculpture was gradually getting closer. That man was indomitable and had been silently waiting here for millions of years. Looking at the stone sculpture once again, Lin Ling's heart was filled with excitement. The stone sculpture had finally appeared. If he could obtain it, he would be able to know what had happened to Li Xiaoyao in the martial god world. He would also be able to obtain the most precious cultivation technique that Li Xiaoyao had left behind. I'm back. Lin Ling muttered to himself, the flames of battle burning in his eyes. Rumble. Although he was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture, it was not peaceful. Ghost scorpions rushed out from under the desert, their ferocious auras and ghostly auras forming terrifying laws. Great creation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not weak either. He killed that ghost scorpion with a sword. Moreover, he directly threw out the reincarnation ring, creating a powerful suction force that pulled all the ghost scorpions that crawled out from nearby into the reincarnation ring. With this, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture. When Lin Ling landed in front of the sculpture, his heart finally relaxed. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling's hand touched the sculpture, because the enemy behind him would not give him much time. Rumble. With a light touch of his palm, the sculpture immediately swayed and cracks appeared. First, the sand under the sculpture enveloped Lin Ling like a wave, turning into a huge vortex that constantly shrank and shot towards Lin Ling's eyes. What is this? Lin Ling's expression changed. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his left eye, causing him to madly scream. If someone could see Lin Ling's eyes, they would definitely see that his left eye had mutated. His eyeball was formed by countless runes, and those runes were constantly wriggling. It was a shocking sight. Moreover, with Lin Ling as the center, rings of demonic aura gushed out from all directions. Rumble. Along the way, the ghost scorpions in the desert all exploded. The power of one eye was so terrifying. Chapter 2135. Martial God's Path. Awe. Awe. Lin Ling roared towards the sky. He still didn't know what had happened. Only by obtaining the statue could he regain all his memories and know what had happened. Unfortunately, he had only absorbed the most inconspicuous sand under the statue. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's left eye lost its light. Blood even began to drip from his cheek onto the ground. It was a shocking sight. The cracks on the statue became bigger and bigger, as if it was going to turn into dust and envelop Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would obtain everything of Li Xiaoyao. Wait. Ah. However, at this moment, a cold shout rang out. In front of the statue, those ancient giants had all arrived. Their faces were filled with excitement. However, when they saw Lin Ling's blind left eye, their hearts trembled. Although Lin Ling's strength was very weak to them. However, they didn't know why, looking at the face that was a combination of evil and demonic energy, they actually felt a sense of fear. Lin Ling, what had happened? However, fortunately, the statue was still there. Lin Ling didn't obtain any benefits. That blind eye should have been injured by the ghost scorpion on the way. That statue doesn't belong to you. It belongs to all the experts in this world. It's impossible for you to take it for yourself. Ah! The Yellow Spring Emperor was the first to speak. Lin Ling's face was cold. He didn't say a word and stood there like an arrogant evil god. He only had one eye left, but he could see through these hypocrites. I knew you would refuse, but we were already prepared, Immortal God King. The Sun God King sneered and then shouted. Hee, I'm sorry, Lin Ling. I've brought Xian Yuangu, Yuanshi Guer, and the others here. Ah! The Immortal God King walked out with a smile. Previously, he had an agreement with Lin Ling. He released Xian Yuangu, and Yuanshi Guer, and Lin Ling brought them here. However, the Immortal God King obviously didn't keep his word. In order to guard against Lin Ling, he had already prepared a backup plan. And as he looked at the two people in the Immortal God King's hands, the killing intent in Lin Ling's right eye became even thicker. Wherever his gaze passed, everyone would shiver. How cold! You will all die. Lin Ling finally spat out these words coldly. He didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. Hee, I'm so scared. But, hand over the statue. The Immortal Divine King shrugged his shoulders. Even though he was afraid of Lin Ling's killing intent, the sculpture was right in front of his eyes, causing him to forget all of his apprehension. It was to the extent where his mind was filled with thoughts of the treasures of the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras. This treasure trove must be incomparably rich. At this moment, Lin Ling nodded. Without saying anything, he punched the statue in front of him. He knew that those people were shameless, but if he did not hand over the statue, they would not hand over the person. Therefore, the most important thing now was to hand over the statue. Don't worry, after I get the statue, I'll definitely let him go. Seeing the statue gradually shattering, all of the ancient giants became nervous. Hong! The statue exploded, scattering in all directions like rocks, causing all of the experts' breathing to become hurried, the excitement on their faces becoming a bit stronger. I got it! This rock actually has the 9 heavens divine devil technique. I got a natural talent. Divine crystal, heavens, what a huge piece of divine crystal. The statue was left behind by Li Xiaoyao for Lin Ling to use in his new cultivation, so it contained endless treasures. At this moment, it was scattered, and was obtained by everyone. Wang wang wang. However, the moment the statue shattered, something unbelievable happened. A terrifying vortex appeared where the statue had been, and a multicolored light quietly appeared. Moreover, it continued to expand, forming a vortex that looked like a void enchantment. At this moment, a thought emerged in everyone's mind. This vortex led to the martial god realm. Of course, even though it could lead to the martial god realm, no one dared to rashly enter, because in many historical records, without meeting the requirements, even if one had the path to the martial god realm, it was still a path of death. Therefore, only those who met the requirements could enter the martial god realm, and they could even open up the void to enter. Hee, you're woman, I'll return it to you. The Immortal Divine King's expression was extremely ferocious, and evil thoughts arose in his heart. He threw Xian Yuangu and Li Xiaoyao into the mysterious vortex, and let Lin Ling accompany his woman into the martial god realm. You're courting death. Lin Ling couldn't bear it anymore, and his expression was extremely ferocious. These people were too much. Previously, in order to save Xian Yuangu, he had handed over the statue, but he didn't expect the Immortal Divine King and the others to go back on their words again. Hee, thank you for the statue. The Immortal Divine King and the other ancient giants all laughed, and then rushed towards the broken statue, and began to collect the treasures. At this moment, Lin Ling clearly didn't have any other choice, and could only chase after Xian Yuangu and Li Xiaoyao. However, the suction force of the multicolored vortex was too terrifying. After getting close, not to mention Xian Yuangu and Li Xiaoyao, even Lin Ling couldn't control his body, and was sucked into the vortex. Goodbye. Watching Lin Ling disappear into the void passage of the martial god realm, the Sun God King waved his hand, as if the great enemy in his heart was already dead, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the treasures you left behind. I will be back, and when that day comes, the time of your death will come." Lin Ling looked deeply at those hypocritical people, and resolutely rushed into the vortex. Today's matter, he had implicated Xian Yuangu, and Li Xiaoyao, so how could he give up on Xian Yuangu, and Li Xiaoyao? Therefore, even if it was a path of death, he would step in without hesitation. Rumble. After entering the multicolored vortex, this place was like a starry sky, and there were large amounts of multicolored light balls in the distance, and they were emitting a mysterious pressure. The path of the martial god, without a realm origin, those who step in will die. In the vast starry sky, an old voice drifted out. Realm origin, this was obviously the only qualification to enter the martial god realm. There were two ways to create it. First, kill 30 million peak martial emperors. The second option was self-comprehension. Of these two options, the first was obviously easier. However, in Lin Ling's world, this option was very difficult because there were not enough martial emperors at the peak of the martial emperor realm to kill him. Pop! Pop! Almost at the same time, there was a mysterious power swimming in the world, as if it wanted to erase everything, and this was the most primitive power in the universe. When the laws met this power, they were like tofu. If the laws were the rules of a world, then realm origin was the power of a world. Controlling realm origin was the world king. After rushing into this mysterious world, Lin Ling did not care about anything else, and directly rushed towards Xian Yuangu, and Li Xiaoyao floating in the void. His eyes were filled with madness. However, at this moment, the terrifying mysterious power attacked, as if it could destroy the world, enveloping his entire body. This power was too strong. When Lin Ling grabbed Xian Yuangu's hand, he lost consciousness. Moreover, that mysterious power was invading him, destroying him. Chapter 2136. The trial of boundary elements. After that voice, a gentle blue and white light floated out and enveloped Lin Ling and Xian Yuangu. It helped them resist the mysterious power around them and made them feel as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. "Master, let's help Lord Lin Ling leave this place." At this moment, another excited voice sounded. Not everyone has such an opportunity. Only those who can grasp it are true geniuses of the martial god realm. If he manages to comprehend his own world origin, this path won't be able to stop him anymore. Also, he will have the qualifications to enter the martial god world. Hence, I will protect him for 3 days. I hope he can find his own world origin within these 3 days. Another voice rang out. What was surprising was that this voice was extremely young. Jia Yuan. He will succeed. The old voice said excitedly. Yes, world essence is the power of a world. When he can break through the void and return here, he will have comprehended world essence. In the future, he will soar into the sky. So, let's wait slowly. Right now, he has already returned to where he came from. Another voice said with a laugh. Moreover, he brought out a wine gourd and began drinking. Comprehending world essence was also a type of experience. If Lin Ling was still awake at this moment, and saw those two people, he would definitely be shocked like a celestial being, because those two people were familiar to him. Unfortunately, at this moment, he seemed to have traveled through the void and arrived at the very beginning. That was his hometown, Wuxia. Within 3 days, he had to return from Wuxia, break through the void, and comprehend the realm essence. The train happily crossed the tracks, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Some people were looking at the scenery outside the window, some were playing cards, and some were sleeping. On one of the seats, the young man narrowed his eyes and seemed to be in a deep sleep. However, his eyes moved slightly as if he was dreaming. Yu and Yuer, ancestor Taiyan. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces floated through the young man's mind. In another place, he seemed to be an existence that looked down on the world, and he was sitting on the dreams of many men. He had several celestial fairy-like wives, and he also had a large number of subordinates. Jia Yuan. In the end, a voice appeared in his mind. The voice was telling him that he had to comprehend the origin of the world. At that time, he could return, and if he failed, he would stay here forever. Die. Suddenly, the young man shouted in a low voice, and the carriage instantly quieted down. Lin Ling, did you have a nightmare? At this time, a short fatty beside the young man nudged him, causing him to finally wake up. He looked to his side, and beside him was his best friend Huang Wei. At this moment, that wretched guy was looking at Lin Ling with a face of surprise. Of course, the people in the carriage were also looking at Lin Ling. After all, in an era of law, this young man actually said to die. It seemed like he was a ruthless character. However, judging from his appearance, that young man had delicate features and was not even 20 years old. He did not seem to be ruthless at all. Did you dream? Lin Ling was stunned for a long time. Then, he looked at his own clothes, white shirt, and washed-out jeans. He gradually came to his senses. Damn, what kind of dream were you having? You actually fought and killed. You're really ruthless. Huang Wei, his best friend beside him, said in surprise. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. In the dream, I had several beautiful wives. Moreover, I was the #1 emperor. There were countless strong people under me, and everyone worshipped me. Then, I met a group of hypocritical ancient giants, so I wanted to kill them all. Alright, stop daydreaming. Wake up, it's time for us to move bricks. Huang Wei waved his hand and interrupted. Beautiful women and dominating the world. He often had this beautiful dream because it was something that every man dreamed of. Lin Ling shook his head and touched his chin. He felt that the dream was very realistic. However, the reality was that Lin Ling was a very ordinary person. He had no parents and was self-reliant after graduating from high school. For example, this time, if he had not been greedy and went to the town to buy some food, he would not have taken this train. As for the little fatty beside him, he was the representative of a loser. Although he was not lazy, he was not diligent either. He grew up with Lin Ling, and his only joy was to stay on the street and look at beautiful women. Sometimes, Lin Ling would not even bother to associate with him. Why do I feel like there are many people on the other side waiting for me to go back? After shaking his head, Lin Ling threw away the boring thoughts in his mind. Grandpa, wake up. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the carriage. The voice was very pleasant to the ear. The carriage suddenly surged. Many people stood up, including Lin Ling and Huang Wei. In the front row, an old man in his 60s was lying on his seat. He had a pained expression on his face and his breathing seemed to slow down. In front of him was a girl about 16 or 17 years old. She was lying on the old man's chest and listening carefully. However, her expression was becoming more and more anxious. The crowd also understood what happened. It was obvious that the old man suddenly had a seizure during the ride. Grandpa, I shouldn't have brought you here. Grandpa, wake up. The young girl said anxiously. However, many male perverts in the carriage stared at the young girl. It had to be said that the young girl was the best. Not only was she tall, but she was also curvy in all the right places. Most importantly, she was young and attractive. She wore a pink floral dress and a pair of sports shoes. Paired with black stockings, she made people unable to take their eyes off her. Move aside, move aside. At this time, a young man with glasses shouted. He pushed the crowd aside and came to the old man's side. I'm a doctor. The man with glasses said first. He stared greedily at the beautiful young girl, but on the surface, he pretended to be indifferent. The young girl immediately grabbed the man's hand. "Doctor, you must save my grandpa. I'll agree to any condition you have." As soon as she said that, the man's eyes lit up. However, he still maintained his indifference. However, his heart was already stirring. "Agree to anything?" Lin Ling shook his head. The young girl was too naive. Such words could not be said casually. "Okay, I'll take a look at your grandpa first." The man with glasses looked gentle, but his eyes were sharp. He could see that the young girl came from a good family. Based on the new Nikes, he had a feeling. If he could get such a beautiful young girl with money, it would be great. Next, he took out a medical instrument. First, he checked the old man's temperature. Then, he checked the old man's heartbeat. However, he found that the old man had no heartbeat. He quickly tried to wake the old man up using first aid methods. Of course, this method was obviously not very useful. Although he was indeed a doctor, he was only good at injecting needles. He had no way to treat those difficult and complicated diseases. "Doctor, how is it?" the young girl asked anxiously. "He's fine for now." Chapter 21:37. To treat the symptoms or the root, that's good. "Thank you." The beautiful girl grabbed the bespectacled man's hand excitedly, causing the bespectacled man's heart to flutter. Even from his angle, he could vaguely see the deep cleavage of the beautiful girl's chest, causing him to become addicted to it. The old man on the seat was naturally thrown beyond the 9 heavens by him. The surrounding crowd was also full of praise. This bespectacled man was really amazing. Hee, did you see that? If you have a skill, you'll be popular everywhere. Although that bespectacled guy didn't manage to get that girl, he was already halfway there. Sigh, us losers can only look up to him. However, that girl is really not bad. Next to Lin Ling, Huang Wei was drooling. Then, he wanted to pull Lin Ling back to his seat, but he realized that Lin Ling was indifferent. "You brat, don't tell me you're addicted to looking at her. Listen to me, carry the bricks properly, and you'll get a girl." Huang Wei couldn't help but be speechless. Although the beautiful girl was indeed beautiful, he didn't have to stare at her for so long. However, what happened next made Huang Wei's jaw drop. This was because Lin Ling had already stepped forward. "Bespectacled man, this old man is getting more and more dangerous. If we wait any longer, he will die." "How can you say that he's fine?" Lin Ling said as he walked. He didn't want to be in the limelight, but he couldn't bear to see a life disappear before his eyes. "Ha!" The crowd looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Although Lin Ling's appearance was somewhat handsome, his clothes were very ordinary. Presumably, he was also a person at the bottom of society. She didn't know where he got his confidence from. "Are you questioning me?" "I'm a doctor." The bespectacled man frowned and looked at Lin Ling. "If you want to pick up girls, I don't object. But at least you have to save her. After she wakes up, it's none of my business how you pick her up. Also, don't use your glasses as a cover to stare at her breasts." Lin Ling came to his seat and squatted down. These words undoubtedly angered the bespectacled man so much that his face turned red. This was because Lin Ling's words had torn apart his mask and exposed his inner thoughts to the world. This guy. Using his glasses as a cover to stare at her breasts. The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. The bespectacled man wished he could find a hole to hide in. As for the beautiful girl, she quickly let go of the bespectacled man's hand. What nonsense. The bespectacled man couldn't hold it in anymore because he was being treated as a pervert. His heart. And his heart was originally already heart. "If you don't save him now," Lin Ling said without even looking at him. The man with glasses was secretly shocked because he also knew that the old man's heart had a problem, but who would have thought that this ordinary-looking young man could also see it? Since, try you. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses, even if you. He came out because he wanted to save the old man. He didn't want to be in the limelight. But his words made everyone surprised again. Even the doctors couldn't save him. How can this kid? Even Huang Wei's mouth was wide open. Lin Ling grew up with him. That kid knows medical things. How come I don't know? God, that guy must be picking up girls. But, picking up girls also requires skill. Lin Ling doesn't seem to have that skill. In fact, Lin Ling really doesn't know medical knowledge. But he subconsciously thought that the heart disease was not difficult to treat. If it was before, he would never have this kind of confidence. But after the dream, he has. Can you really cure my grandfather? The beautiful girl looked at Lin Ling expectantly. But after the incident with the bespectacled man, she was on guard against Lin Ling. Is this kid here to take advantage of me? But unfortunately, she was disappointed. Most people who saw her would more or less be absent-minded. But Lin Ling looked at her with clear eyes. There was no change in his expression. Only a real doctor would have this kind of look. At some point, the girl even thought that she had lost her charm. In fact, every man would take a few more glances at a beautiful girl, especially a pure and beautiful girl with a good figure. However, after Lin Ling glanced at her, he subconsciously responded with a calm expression. It was as if in another world, he had seen too many beautiful girls like her. There were even some who were better than her. Do you want to treat the symptoms or the root? Lin Ling calmly said. Treat the root. Hearing that, the crowd went silent again. Because the old man had a heart problem, it was an old and stubborn disease. It was obviously impossible to treat the root. Subconsciously, everyone thought that Lin Ling was a liar. Sigh, the skill is too low. Even Huang Wei shook his head. But what surprised everyone was that the beautiful girl stared at Lin Ling's eyes and then asked, what about treating the symptoms? The root? She did not know why she believed this young man, but she felt that this young man was not joking. Treating the symptoms, 100% success rate, but the root only has a 50% chance. Lin Ling said. This choice suddenly made the beautiful girl hesitate. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. Then let's treat the symptoms first. When your grandfather wakes up, let him make the final choice. Okay. The beautiful girl was indeed in a difficult position. After all, if the 50% chance failed, her grandfather would die. Hee, good at pretending. I admit, compared to my skill in picking up girls, you are twice as good as me. Unfortunately, picking up girls requires skill. The glasses man sneered at the side. He did not believe that Lin Ling could wake the old man up. Because just based on equipment, Lin Ling could not compare to the glasses man. At least the glasses man had a medical box. Even Huang Wei was curious. How would Lin Ling wake the old man up? Could it be that he would wake him up with a slap? But in fact, Lin Ling did wake up with a slap. Because there was a mysterious force swimming in his mind, Lin Ling seemed to be able to see through everything, so he slapped the old man's chest. Puff! Then, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, which shot straight to the roof of the car. Everyone's eyes widened. Was that guy killing someone? But what happened next made everyone's eyeballs fall to the ground. Cough, cough. The old man slowly woke up, and his heart, which had stopped beating, began to beat again. In fact, Lin Ling's previous slap directly opened up the blocked heart muscle, causing blood to flow in the heart and gradually recover. Of course, this was easy to say. In fact, without the mysterious force in his mind, Lin Ling could not have done it. God, what kind of method is this? Waking someone up with a slap. The glasses man was so surprised that his glasses fell to the ground. He secretly said, "What a powerful method of picking up girls, the skill is very high." "Grandfather, you woke up." The beautiful girl suddenly cried tears of joy, and the old man looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Through his granddaughter's words, he roughly knew the whole story. "Can you cure me?" The old man quickly asked. 50% chance, do you dare to bet? Chapter 2138. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios' mysterious power. The old man could not help but ponder. Currently, he could live for another 5 years or so. However, if his illness was cured, he might be able to live for another 10 years. Of course, he was hesitant. He had visited all the major hospitals and found that his illness could not be cured. Now that an ordinary-looking kid said that he could cure it, it would be strange if he did not hesitate. However, when he thought of the kid's mysterious methods, he nodded and said, "Then I'll take the bet." Lin Ling was a little surprised. This old man did not seem like an ordinary person. He had great courage and he had the aura of a superior. "All right." Lin Ling nodded and let the old man sit up. The warm power in his mind seemed to be growing continuously. At first, it was like a seed, but it gradually began to germinate. Lin Ling realized that in the process of helping the old man, the seed grew faster and faster. Moreover, Lin Ling felt that his eyes could see through the old man's body. Suddenly, 2 of his fingers shot out and landed on the old man's body, causing the old man to spit out blood. This scene undoubtedly caused the carriages to be filled with shock. Some of the more timid ones even let out screams. Was Lin Ling treating him? This was murder, all right. The beautiful girl was also extremely worried. However, when she saw the determination in her grandfather's eyes, she endured it. Moreover, when her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling, she could not help but be attracted to him. Since young, she had seen countless rich young masters and had come into contact with many talented people. However, this was the first time she had seen a youth like Lin Ling. That feeling made the young man seem as ethereal as an immortal. Done. With Lin Ling's final finger, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face actually turned rosy. In fact, he did not know that Lin Ling had used his finger to infuse the mysterious power in his mind into the old man's body and repair his heart. Previously, when Lin Ling said that there was a 50% chance, it was because it was the first time he had used such a method. He was not confident. Next, let's recuperate. Lin Ling stood up. His face was a little pale. Then, he walked towards Huang Wei. Right now, his mind was occupied by the mysterious power in his mind. What was it? Furthermore, why did something that didn't exist before appear after a dream? After Lin Ling left, the crowd stared at the old man. Seeing that he seemed to be fine, they were all shocked. As for the bespectacled man, he had already run away with his tail between his legs. He was even secretly shocked. Young people these days, in order to pick up girls, there was nothing they couldn't do. At the very least, he had never seen such a crude method in any of the major hospitals. Lin Ling, you really succeeded. I'm impressed. After curing the old man, you calmly left and hid your achievements in fame. I give you full marks for acting tough. Huang Wei, who was following behind Lin Ling, was also surprised. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He didn't do it to pick up girls. First, it was to save people. Secondly, the mysterious power in his mind made him more and more curious, which was why he used those methods. Brother Lin Ling, where did you learn the 6-pulse divine sword's finger technique? Teach me, I, Huang Wei, kneel before you. Huang Wei kept saying. Unfortunately, before the 2 of them could sit down, the broadcast sounded, Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Shaoguan Station. Passengers alighting at Shaoguan Station, please prepare your luggage and get off. Goodbye. Let's talk when we get back. Lin Ling picked up his luggage and left with Huang Wei. At that moment, the old man's face was still full of disbelief. At first, he thought that it was a dream, but now, he felt that it was not a dream. He could only say that an expert was in the human world. Grandpa, how is it? The beautiful girl asked worriedly. I feel like I can beat a cow to death now. The old man gradually smiled. At that moment, a large number of people rushed into the carriage and looked at the old man worriedly. Director Liu, are you all right? These people were dressed decently. It seemed that they came from a powerful background. I'm fine. The old man changed his attitude and said calmly. The aura of a superior person quietly spread out. Oh right, where's that kid? The train arrived at the station and he seemed to have left. Bastard, I wanted to thank him properly. Do you know where he came from? That kid isn't simple. Grandpa, I don't know, but I'll find him. The beautiful girl looked out of the carriage. Unfortunately, there was a sea of people outside. The ethereal young man had disappeared into the sea of people. However, the clear gaze of the young man from before was imprinted in her heart and could not be erased. Wow, you really left just like that. You don't want the money or the beautiful girl? In the station, Huang Wei followed Lin Ling and said in surprise. The scene that shocked the crowd was everyone's dream, but Lin Ling was so low-key. He's just an ant. Lin Ling said subconsciously. An ant? Huang Wei's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling also reacted. The reason why he called him an ant was because he felt that the admiration and surprise of these mortals was not a big deal. However, this was just his subconscious reaction. Brother, I'll kneel to you. Seeing that Lin Ling was not pretending to be calm, Huang Wei almost kneeled. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly. He really was not pretending. Both of them were losers among losers. They were very ordinary, so after getting off the train, they rushed to work. The work they did was also very ordinary. They did not know that the city's #1 evil group, the Snow Knight group, was looking for them with all their might. After a busy day, Lin Ling began to prepare for the evening business. He seemed to be doing ordinary work, but deep in his heart, there was a fighting spirit. He had always wanted to work hard to build his own business. Unfortunately, he had no background and no family background. Everything depended on himself. The thing in my mind is getting stronger and stronger. What is it? Why do I have a feeling that when it awakens, I'll leave this place? In his free time, Lin Ling looked at the sky and the nostalgia in his heart grew stronger. He had a feeling that his home wasn't here. What? Thinking of Lu Miaodong again. Noticing that Lin Ling was deep in thought, Huang Wei laughed. At this point, Lin Ling subconsciously took out a handkerchief from his chest. This handkerchief belonged to Lu Miaodong. Lin Ling knew Lu Miaodong when he was very young. At that time, he was bullied by street thugs and his head was broken. Lu Miaodong saw that Lin Ling was a little pitiful and used this handkerchief to bandage Lin Ling's head. It was also because of that favor that Lin Ling remembered it to this day. Later in middle school, he and Lu Miaodong were in the same class. The two of them also had an indescribable feeling. Unfortunately, as time passed, the former simple Lu Miaodong became more and more powerful. Gradually, she and Lin Ling walked further and further apart. To put it bluntly, this was because Lin Ling was a poor loser. Lu Miaodong's family background was a business family. She could be said to be the daughter of a rich family. Chapter 2139. Goodbye, classmate. Lin Ling smiled. I know, I just feel like I owe her a favor. This handkerchief, if there's a chance, I want to return it to her. First love is beautiful, but unfortunately, reality is also cruel, so Lin Ling slowly accepted the reality. And the peaceful days passed just like that. What surprised Lin Ling was that the energy in his mind was getting stronger and stronger, as if it would explode at any time. This made him want to go to the hospital, but in the end, he didn't want to be a lab rat, so he suppressed that thought. On this day, the two of them opened a stall in the night market as usual. The so-called stall was actually a barbecue stall. And this barbecue stall was also the beginning of their dreams. As time passed, the streets gradually became lively, so Lin Ling and Huang Wei's business was extremely good. Please give me a string of chives. At this moment, a clear voice came from the stall, making Lin Ling smile and nod. When he looked up, he was stunned. There were 3 people in front of him, all of them were about 18 or 19 years old, and they were dressed fashionably, holding the latest iPhone 7 in their hands. These 3 were clearly the representatives of fair, rich, and beautiful women. However, Lin Ling stared at one of the women. That woman looked very gentle, her skin was very white, and at this moment, she was also looking at Lin Ling in astonishment. It's you. Lin Ling smiled and finally said, "Don't worry. I also didn't expect it to be you." That woman also smiled and said, looking at Lin Ling's stall, and said, "My sisters suddenly wanted to eat these things. In fact, I don't think it's clean, but I didn't expect to see you when I followed them." It was unknown whether it was a matter of luck or Lin Ling's bad luck, because this woman was actually Lu Miaodong. Huang Wei smiled bitterly at the side. Lin Ling's current appearance was seen by Lu Miaodong. Lin Ling must be very embarrassed. "Miaodong, who is this? He looks very handsome, but a little down." The 2 women beside Lu Miaodong also asked curiously. "My former classmate." Lu Miaodong smiled. "Oh, so you're classmates. But you both graduated from the same school. How come after graduation, one is the sky and the other is the earth?" The 2 beauties shrugged their shoulders, but their words were filled with disdain. They simply looked down on Lin Ling. Hearing this, Huang Wei secretly shook his head. Lin Ling had lost a lot of face this time. No matter what, Lin Ling and Lu Miaodong could be considered childhood sweethearts. In the end, one was still the daughter of a rich family, while the other was running a stall on the street. If the 2 of them did not meet, it would have been fine. But if they did, this silent slap in the face was very satisfying. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, he found that Lin Ling's reaction was very calm, without any awkwardness. And when Lu Miaodong saw Lin Ling's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Ling actually didn't feel inferior. In fact, she quite liked this boy when she was young because he was very hardworking. With his perseverance and diligence, he didn't lose to anyone in his studies. Unfortunately, as she grew up, she gradually realized that this society was all about money. And Lin Ling was obviously a poor ghost. That was also why she gradually distanced herself from Lin Ling. Today, when she saw Lin Ling again, she thought that Lin Ling would show a humble smile and treat her as a white swan. However, Lin Ling did not. "Actually, are you interested in joining our company? After all, compared to doing this, our company is indeed much better." Suppressing the thoughts in her heart, Lu Miaodong's Hongyan's small mouth moved. Then there's no need. This profession is actually quite free." Lin Ling replied with a smile and handed over the roasted chives. The whole process was free and easy. In fact, if it was the previous Lin Ling, right now, he would certainly be very embarrassed and feel very ashamed. But for some reason, after experiencing that dream, he didn't seem to care about these gazes at all. Instead, he seemed to be doing things his own way. This profession, although free, but there's no future. Lu Miaodong frowned. She didn't know why, but she didn't like Lin Ling's attitude very much. Because, in the past, she also liked this boy, so she wanted to see Lin Ling's admiring gaze more than this indifference. Freedom is good. Lin Ling shook his head and said. This made Lu Miaodong's anger more and more, but she still smiled and said, next month is my birthday. We've known each other for a long time, so I hope you can come. As for the gift, it's good that you have the heart. Miaodong, you actually invited him. You should know that young Masterly was prepared to give you a Maserati, but you rejected him. If this kid comes, he won't give you a bunch of chives. Hearing Lu Miaodong's words, the FRB next to her was surprised. Her words were direct and did not consider Lin Ling and Huang Wei's self-esteem at all. And the fact was indeed so. Huang Wei somewhat couldn't bear it. Inviting them, was this to embarrass them? However, Lin Ling's reaction was still calm. Okay, some things, it's time to return to you. In his hand, the handkerchief quietly appeared. He felt that it was time to end things, leaving in his heart, after all, was just an inner demon. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Miaodong obviously did not care about the things in Lin Ling's mouth. After laughing, she left with her best friend. On the way, Lu Miaodong received a phone call, and slightly raised her voice to reply, Dad, did the Snow Yi group agree to cooperate with our company? That's great, that's an order of 80 million. Come back quickly, Snow Yi Group CEO Lu, he seems to have recovered from his illness. Now, Shaoguan City's famous people are congratulating him. Okay. The sound of high heels, with pride, disappeared in the street. And the street was silent. Snow Yi Group. This is the city's #1 group, it can be said that the whole city is controlled by this group. If this group wants to close a company, it's just a matter of moving their eyebrows. Moreover, not only in business, but also in other areas of the city. What a proud swan, talking about the Snow Yi Group, as if knowing the Snow Yi Group is something. And an order of 80 million, shouting so loudly, are you afraid that the whole street can't hear you? After Lu Miaodong and the others disappeared, Huang Wei unwillingly said. Of course, he was just saying. In fact, if he was given 80 million, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep for a year. Everyone has their own circle of life, don't worry about it. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. You are too calm. If it were me, I would have already scolded. So what if you have money, why do you look down on people? Huang Wei was still chattering, if it were up to me, don't go to her birthday, you will only be laughed at. What they think is none of my business, I just want to settle the matter in my heart. Lin Ling said unhurriedly, and then continued to busy himself. However, what happened before seemed to be just the beginning. After only an hour, a few familiar figures slowly walked in the street, and what they talked about was nothing more than cars, houses, and so on. Chapter 2140. He's your father. This voice was naturally noticed by Huang Wei. When he looked over, his expression immediately turned ugly. Xiao Wende, Luo Laizhu, Luo Hua, what bad luck. The three of them were dressed rather brightly. They were Lin Ling's classmates. After graduation, Lin Ling did not have much contact with his classmates. Occasionally, he would hear news about how a certain classmate was doing, or that a certain classmate had become a manager, etc. The innocence she had when she was studying in the past had disappeared. What was left behind was competition. Hey, Lin Ling, Huang Wei. At this time, a surprised voice sounded. Among the three people, a plump man stared at Lin Ling. This person was called Luo Laizhu. If Lin Ling remembered correctly, he seemed to be the manager of a mobile phone brand. Old classmate. The other two also walked over with a smile, but their gazes were strange. In the past, Lin Ling was an extremely low-key existence in the class. Over time, no one looked up to him. After graduation, Lin Ling was still the same. Moreover, he was an extremely poor existence. Therefore, they did not inform Lin Ling of the several class gatherings. Instead, during the gatherings, Lin Ling became the laughing stock. Perhaps Lin Ling was at the bottom of the list, and those students who were just average could find a sense of superiority in him. You're still doing this? Hee hee, how much money can you find in a day? The fatty Luo Laizhu said with a faint smile. He had the demeanor of an expert. The other two also had similar appearances. Barely making ends meet. You can say that I have more freedom. Lin Ling looked at the three of them indifferently and replied with a smile. After he finished speaking, he took out a cigarette and handed it over. However, who would have thought that Fatty Luo would refuse with a smile? He even took out his high-end cigarettes and handed them to Lin Ling as if he was bestowing a gift. He smiled and said, "Cigarettes that are too cheap are harmful to the body, so you should smoke mine." Seeing this, the anger in Huang Wei's heart boiled even more. Wasn't this fatty a manager? As a manager, he should be the best at flattering others. Why didn't he even know common courtesy? He didn't even accept the cigarette. Right, perhaps Lin Ling was not one of the people he wanted to flatter, because Lin Ling was not even qualified to be Fatty Luo's customer. However, they were classmates, after all. Did he have to be so arrogant? However, Lin Ling was used to Huang Wei's excitement and took the cigarette with a smile. Huang Wei, come, have one too. Seeing Lin Ling's calm reaction and not showing any humility, the fat man looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei snorted and took the cigarette. He said in a strange tone, "I heard that Luo Ling is doing well. Now he's a brand mobile phone manager. I wonder if you can give me a discount when I buy a phone from you." Hee hee, I'll give it to you. Student Luo raised his chin and spat out the words unhurriedly. He was rich and imposing, as if he was rewarding Lin Ling and Lin Feng. These words were obviously polite, but how could they not be arrogant and disdainful? Hee hee, forthright. As expected of student Luo from class 3 to 5. Huang Wei clenched his fists in anger, but still smiled. Oh right, Lu Miaodong's birthday is next month. Lin Ling, Huang Wei, you'll be attending, right? I received her invitation, and I plan to attend this time. Good, see you then. We haven't seen each other in a few years, so this time we can catch up. We'll be leaving first. After a few conversations, the students seemed to enjoy a sense of superiority, so they left with smiles. On the way, the three of them enthusiastically talked about cars, as if deciding on a high-end joint venture car to buy. Hee hee, next month, Lin Ling and Huang Wei won't be riding bicycles, right? Faintly, Lin Ling and Huang Wei both heard Fatty Luo's laughter. You've gone too far. Huang Wei was furious. Let's wrap up early today, I'm full from anger. Lin Ling was busy with the work at hand. He smiled faintly, why bother with them? You should know that in this world, no matter what you do, there will be people laughing at you, but there will also be people supporting you. Therefore, don't mind the voices of passers-by, just be firm. Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to talk about life philosophy. Lin Ling, why do I feel like you've changed after coming back? Could it be that you've seen through the world of mortals and are preparing to become a monk? Huang Wei moved his chubby face closer to Lin Ling, sizing up Lin Ling with great curiosity. Lin Ling was too indifferent, giving him the feeling that he was as elegant as an immortal. Scram! Lin Ling laughed and scolded, his heart heavy. In fact, he didn't know why he could say those words, but he felt that he really didn't care about the high and mighty attitude of the students before. It was as if he was watching a clown dance. Could it be that their views were different because of their different perspectives? Could it be that he was really an all-powerful sovereign, so he couldn't get angry at the mockery of these mortals? Since business is so-so today, let's just treat it as a holiday and have a meal. Lin Ling and Huang Wei shook their heads and started to wrap up their files. Lin Ling didn't realize that his previous calm thinking had made the mysterious ball of light in his mind even more exuberant. That ball of light seemed to be constantly reminding Lin Ling that he, Lin Ling, didn't belong here. Another world was his, and this was just the world of ants. He mustn't indulge in it. Fatty Luo's 3 classmates were chatting cheerfully and wittily, talking about how Lin Ling was down and out. Suddenly, Fatty Luo's phone rang. "Are you there, Luo Laiju? Is that Director Lu?" Yes, I'm here." When Fatty Luo saw the number, he hurriedly picked it up and flashed a flattering smile. This was because this person was his superior. "You often go to the market, so you must be familiar with this area. I need you to help me find someone. I'll send you a photo later. Find him as soon as possible. Whoever finds him will be heavily rewarded." A dignified voice came from the other side of the phone. "Yes, Director Lu. But who is this person? Why did Director Lu call you personally? This person is amazing. It's not just me, but the entire Shaoguan city is looking for him right now. It's the Snow Knight Group's order, so his background is just like your father's. He's also your boss. Master, you're his dog. Do you hear me?" Fatty Luo sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. The voice came from the phone again. "You'd better find him and treat him like your father. If you find him, you can take my position. If you can't find him, then pack up and get out of here." "Yes, Director Lu." Fatty Luo didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After he hung up, a photo was sent to his phone. Unfortunately, it was a photo of a sketch. This person looks like Lin Ling. Beside him, Luo Hua stared at the image on the phone and shouted in surprise. "It looks like him, but it's impossible. This person must have a big background if the Snow Knight Group is personally involved. Lin Ling is doing so poorly. How could it be him? Besides, this is just a sketch. It's just a drawing." Fatty Luo immediately shook his head. Chapter 2141. Birthday party. At this moment, everyone in the city, be it black or white, as long as they had some background, they were all looking for that mysterious person. Unfortunately, that person was like a stone thrown into the sea. They still had no clue. Lin Ling once again returned to his peaceful days and quietly waited for the light in his mind. "Lin Ling, you're early. You're so hard-working. Going to work again. You came back late last night. Take a rest today." "Morning. Lin Ling, good morning." "Morning." The place where Lin Ling lived was an ordinary residential building. The people nearby all knew Lin Ling and knew that this young man treated people with sincerity and was very good. Lin Ling was also extremely courteous to the neighbors around him. However, these peaceful days only lasted for half a month before another sensational news spread throughout the city. This was because the daughter of Qian Mao Company, Lu Miaodong, was going to have a birthday party. Everyone in the city was going to attend. What was even more surprising was that Qian Mao Company had even invited the boss of the Snow Knight Group and the mysterious little princess. However, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. The news was broadcasted on TV and the whole city was shocked. Many people wanted to be qualified to attend the party. Unfortunately, the door was too high and many people were stopped. As time passed, it was Lu Miaodong's birthday party. "Lin Ling, how many points do you give me for this outfit? Today is a class reunion and there will be many famous people. Who knows, I might be able to hook up with a rich and beautiful girl." Morning. Huang Wei put on his suit early in the morning. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt that he was more handsome. As for Lin Ling, he was still wearing a white shirt and his washed-out jeans. Hearing Huang Wei's words, Lin Ling shook his head and said, "With your looks, you can't compare to others no matter what you wear. So why bother? Let nature take its course. Okay, I'll kneel to you again. Seeing Lin Ling's outfit, Wang Wei could not help but admire Lin Ling's indifference. The two of them quickly headed towards the birthday party. At this moment, in the tallest skyscraper in the city, which was also the center of the famous Snow Night group in the Pearl River Delta region, an old man was holding a glass of wine. Through the window, he seemed to be looking at the city. Director Liu, your heart has just recovered. You must abstain from alcohol. Next to him, a middle-aged man in a suit said respectfully. My heart is fine now. The old man turned around with a smile. Although the power of technology is very strong, the mysterious power from the East is even more powerful. By the way, do you think that kid is from the Yin sect? Secret order. Hearing those two words, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Wuxia had a long history, and there were many unsolved mysteries, such as the Qin Emperor's pursuit of immortality, Lao Zi's Tao Te Ching, and so on. A long time ago, there were people who pursued the path of immortality. These people were usually hidden in the deep mountains, but they had extraordinary abilities. They even called themselves immortals. But if he's from the Yin sect, he shouldn't be helping Director Liu. Last time, Mr. Long came to propose marriage many times, but he was rejected by Director Liu. Mr. Long seems to be from the Yin sect, so the Yin sect and Director Liu should not be on good terms. The middle-aged man said. Mr. Long only has a good family background. Although he has his eyes on he has his eyes on the Snow Night group. The Yin sect calls themselves immortals, and they don't eat the food of mortals. That's just a sign they put up. When the Yin sect was mentioned, the old man's expression turned cold. When he had met Mr. Long in the past, the other party was high and mighty. At that time, he knew that the Yin sect was very arrogant. Now that he had rejected Mr. Long, he did not know what kind of perverted things the Yin sect would do. After all, that kind of immortal sect would not allow mortals to invade. Grandfather, are you done? Miaodong's birthday is about to begin. At that moment, the door was pushed open and a young girl in a pink evening dress walked in with a smile. Her curves were graceful and she wore a pair of exquisite high heels. Although her dress was not fussy, she gave off an extremely noble feeling. Moreover, amidst her nobility, there was a pure aura that a young girl should have. My Shua is still the prettiest. The old man's eyes lit up and he could not help but praise her. How annoying, grandfather is laughing at Shua again. The young girl's pretty face blushed slightly. Then, she held the old man's hand and left happily. The old man shook his head. In reality, with Qian Mao Company's status, they had no right to invite them. However, after the incident on the train, he realized that his pampered granddaughter seemed to be looking for that young man all the time. So, in order to let his granddaughter relax, he brought her to the birthday party. After they left, on the other side of an extremely high-end building, a young man with neat long hair tied behind his head played with a glass of red wine in his hand. After shaking it, he gently drank it. That old bastard Lu Fei is still alive. A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face. He was Sir Long. Next to him was an old woman. On the surface, she looked very kind but her words were very vicious. Young master, we thought that the old bastard didn't have much time left so we didn't attack him. Who would have thought that the old bastard would come back to life? It looks like the secret order will have to take action. Of course, I'm very interested in Shua. Furthermore, the secret order needs a springboard in the secular world to deal with complicated matters. The Snowy Night group is very suitable. The young man's lips curled into a cold smile. Dragon scales had appeared on his face. The secret order had clearly taken a liking to the rich and imposing Snowy Night group. At that moment, Lin Ling and Huang Wei continued to move forward. However, at that moment, Lin Ling frowned. The mysterious energy in his mind had reacted strangely and made him look in a certain direction. This was because he had sensed a powerful presence in that direction. Of course, that kind of power seemed very weak to him. It was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Shaking his head, Lin Ling knew that only when the energy in his mind completely exploded would he be able to find out everything. Lu Miaodong's birthday party was undoubtedly very luxurious. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they were shocked by the sea of people. Furthermore, when they looked over, they saw that the birthday party was held on a large lawn. The people there were dressed very well and looked very rich. Seeing this, Huang Wei immediately felt guilty. His suit had been bought from a street stall for $100. It was the worst of the worst and did not have the right to mingle with the upper class. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was calm and collected as he slowly walked forward. This guy. Huang Wei was speechless. He suspected that Lin Ling's heart was like an iceberg. Why was he not moved at all? Screech. At that moment, a luxurious BMW 5 Series swung the rear of the car and made a drift in front of Lin Ling and Huang Wei. Hey, isn't this Student Lin and Student Huang? Long time no see. Then, a surprised voice came from the car. A young man who looked like a rich second generation smiled as he looked over. Li Guifa. Li Guifa. Chapter 2142. Miss Xue, hee, did you walk here? I told you earlier that I would pick you up. However, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to park the car. Okay. The owner of the BMW left a sentence and drove away confidently, making Huang Wei narrow his eyes. Another pretentious guy. Damn. He didn't think that the other party would come to pick them up. To put it bluntly, he was just showing off in front of them. What a weak mount. I can cut it in half with a sword. Compared to my little saint, it's just a pile of scrap iron. Lin Ling shook his head and expressed his opinion subconsciously. However, after saying that, he smiled bitterly. How could he say such pretentious words? It seemed that the light in his mind was getting stronger and stronger. It was only a matter of time before the light broke. What's your little saint? How could he be so awesome? Huang Wei opened his mouth wide. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. An ancient snake whose end can't be seen with a single glance. Okay. You can act pretentious in front of me, but don't act pretentious in front of your classmates. Huang Wei sighed softly. The two of them entered the birthday party. The birthday party was packed with people. After Lin Ling and Huang Wei entered, some people stared at Lin Ling and snickered secretly. This was because the people who came here were all wearing branded suits. Each suit cost tens of thousands, and the more expensive ones cost hundreds of thousands. Lin Ling was wearing a white shirt and a pair of jeans that had been washed until they were white. Such an outfit would be very common anywhere, let alone here. Who called them here? What a disgrace. Disdainful. Someone whispered in disdain. Gradually, many strange gazes were directed at Huang Wei, causing him to wish that he could find a hole to crawl into. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. Lin Ling, Huang Wei, over here. Yes. Soon, a voice came from another direction. He looked over and found that the table over there was filled with his former classmates. No way, you're actually wearing jeans. I admire you. If you can't afford a suit, you should have said so earlier. I could have bought you one. Yes. Before Lin Ling and the other person even got close, Student Luo let out an exasperated voice. Hee, Lin Ling seems to be selling barbecue now. Why are you doing so poorly? Sigh, in the past, he was just a nobody. I didn't expect him to be the same after graduation. Look at Li Guifei, he even drives a BMW. It's not easy for everyone, so let's talk less. The other students smiled politely, but their words were not polite. Moreover, no one greeted Lin Ling when he walked over. They all sat there and talked cheerfully. Fatty Luo, on the other hand, was extremely popular because he was the regional manager and knew many people. The other students naturally fawned over him. In the face of such a situation, Lin Ling still looked indifferent. He sat down at another table. That table was filled with ordinary students. In the past, when they were studying, they were also very ordinary and low-key existences. Xiao Yan, didn't you have a crush on Lin Ling before? When you see him again today, do you still feel that heartbeat? It's useless to talk about the past now. Although Lin Ling was indeed very handsome when he was studying, it's a pity that he looks so down and out now. In the group of female students, a woman in luxurious clothes shook her head and said. They looked at Lin Ling with a gaze of sympathy. I knew that coming to a class reunion was bound to be mocked. Huang Wei was too lazy to listen to the voices around him. He gorged himself on the food on the table. Then why are you here again? Lin Ling also picked up a glass of wine and drank. I'm here for the food. It's such a big lobster and shark fin. It's a waste not to eat. Huang Wei's mouth was stuffed. Being looked down upon and mocked is free anyway. It's not like I'll lose any meat. They can laugh if they want. Lin Ling was speechless. However, he knew that Huang Wei's words were simple on the surface. In reality, the flames of indignation were burning in his heart. Everyone had dignity. While the two of them were eating and drinking, more and more important people arrived. When the people from the Snowy Night group arrived, the birthday party quieted down. So beautiful. Is that Miss Cher from the Snowy Night group? Tisk tsk, she's both rich and beautiful. Whoever marries her will be the #1 person in the city. Stop dreaming. You can't even marry Lu Miaodong. That kind of beauty, you're only qualified to look at her from afar. Oh my god, that's a limited edition Hermes bag. There are only 50 models in the world. I can't believe the Snowy Night group bought it. And it's so compatible with Miss Cher. She's even prettier in real life than in the photos. Both male and female students were looking at the beautiful girl from afar with admiration. Without a doubt, although today was Lu Miaodong's birthday, the real goddess was Cher. Look, Xiao Yan went over. He wants to get to know Cher. He's just overestimating himself. A student stared at a young man. At this moment, the young man walked over confidently with a glass of red wine. He really did want to get to know Cher. Unfortunately, he was stopped. In fact, if it wasn't for the birthday party, he would have been chased away. His actions were like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Ha! The students laughed, but they didn't find it strange. Cher was flawless. How could a normal person get close to her? Sister Cher. The host, Lu Miaodong, also came to welcome them personally. She was wearing a white princess dress today, and the precious ocean's heart hung around her neck. Although she was also very dazzling, she was still very dim compared to Shua, Sister Miaodong. Shua said with a smile. Lu Miaodong personally held her hand and walked forward. There was a huge cake there, and she invited Cher to cut it together. Suddenly, the birthday song was played and everyone applauded. Moreover, the son of a nouveau riche wanted to shock everyone and was the first to present a birthday gift. He even invited Lu Miaodong for a dance. Of course, the dance was just the beginning. His real goal was to woo Lu Miaodong. And that birthday gift was a Mercedes-Benz of the latest model. Therefore, the crowd was in an uproar. Alright, I'll dance with you later. Lu Miaodong smiled. She acted very ladylike, but the vanity in her heart was greatly satisfied. Cher didn't like to fight for the attention because the host today was Lu Miaodong. She left with a smile and slowly walked towards her grandfather. One by one, the famous people presented birthday gifts. The lowest value of those gifts was 100,000 yuan. The crowd was in an uproar, especially some of the young masters. They also elegantly invited Lu Miaodong for a dance. In response, Lu Miaodong smiled slightly. She didn't reject or accept. Gradually, it was her classmates' turn. Suddenly, those classmates walked over nervously. No matter what, when Lu Miaodong was studying, she had always been the proud daughter of heaven that they looked up to, and now they still had to look up to her. Chapter 2143. It's you. Hee, thank you classmate Luo. Thank you everyone. Although the gifts from her classmates couldn't be compared to others, it was still a decent gift. This made Lu Miaodong feel happy that her classmates didn't embarrass her. Lin Ling and Huang Wei were also among them. Huang Wei shamelessly gave a pirated Hermes bag. He hoped that no one would be able to tell that it was a fake. Of course, everyone knew Huang Wei's family background, so they couldn't help but secretly laugh. When it was Lin Ling's turn, Lin Ling gave an extremely delicate little box. This little box was personally wrapped by him last night. However, the material used wasn't luxurious, so it looked delicate but didn't seem expensive. Miaodong classmate, why don't you take a look at the gift? Among the classmates, someone suddenly shouted. No one knew if it was intentional or unintentional. On the other hand, the male students were all smiles. In their minds, what kind of gift could Lin Ling give? Perhaps it would be a bunch of roasted leeks. If that happened, Lin Ling would be so embarrassed that she would be unable to show her face. These guys. Huang Wei's face suddenly turned ugly. His classmates clearly had the intention to tease Lin Ling. Lin Ling, can you help me open it? Lu Miaodong naturally couldn't refuse her classmate's invitation. Lin Ling was silent for a moment, then calmly nodded. He slowly opened the little box and finally took out a white handkerchief. This handkerchief looked a bit old. Although it was very old, it was washed very clean. It could be seen that the owner cherished this handkerchief very much. However, after this handkerchief was taken out, the entire birthday party fell silent. Those people with status almost burst out laughing. Was that a rag? As for the classmates, they all covered their mouths and laughed. They thought that Lin Ling would give some cheap gift. Who knew that this kid was so thrifty that he actually gave a rag? This kind of rag, even if it was thrown on the ground, no one would pick it up. This. Lu Miaodong was also extremely surprised. This is your handkerchief. When I was 10 years old, you gave it to me. Today, I'm here to return it to you. Lin Ling did not seem to notice the mockery around him. He smiled, and his smile was extremely pure. Lu Miaodong was stunned. She finally had some recollection. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so persistent. He still remembered what happened when he was 10 years old because this handkerchief was the first time they met. However, a few years have passed, everything is the people are the same. The innocence of the past was gone with the wind today. Thank you. Lu Miaodong smiled and took the handkerchief. Lin Ling also nodded. He did not know why, but after returning the handkerchief, he felt incomparably relaxed. It was as if the wish that had been suppressed in his heart had finally been fulfilled. It was as if Miaodong in his heart in this world, it is the his Mialis is. Now that this matter had been settled, the mysterious power in his mind began to surge like waves, even emitting explosive sounds. This caused Lin Ling's face to turn somewhat pale. After giving a courteous smile, he wanted to return to his seat. As he left, Lu Miaodong didn't say anything. Instead, she courteously welcomed the others. Lin Ling could see that Lu Miaodong had quietly tossed the handkerchief to the ground, and even stepped on it a few times. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed. The young Lu Miaodong had already walked further and further away. Everyone has their own first love. As time passes, that first love is just a memory, it doesn't mean anything. But now, that first love was no longer important to Lin Ling. Bang! However, as Lin Ling was retreating, because of the pain in his head, he accidentally bumped into someone. Immediately, a sharp and clear scream sounded out, and because of Lin Ling's careless bump, wine spilled all over that person's body. This unforeseen event instantly caused the lively birthday party to fall into a deathly silence. Because everyone saw that Lin Ling actually bumped into Miss Xue. That guy is really an idiot. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and they started to sympathize with Lin Ling. It's over. Miss Xue's dress alone is probably worth more than $1 million. Lin Ling can't afford it. This Lin Ling, he's been humiliated again and again today. As for Lin Ling's classmates, they were all smiling and shaking their heads, as if they were watching a good show. As for Lu Miaodong, she was complaining about Lin Ling. What a disgrace. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have invited that country bumpkin. Little sister Xue, I'm very sorry. He's my classmate. Without thinking too much, Lu Miaodong quickly walked towards Xue, hoping that she wouldn't be so angry. However, to everyone's surprise, Xue didn't say much. Instead, she looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. That was because she knew this young man, and also because this young man was her grandfather's savior. Although they had only met once, it was fated. That one glance was as if they had met for thousands of lifetimes. It was still the same clean white shirt, the same clear eyes, and the same ethereal handsome face. It's you. Xue suddenly became excited. As soon as she said that, the whole party fell silent. The young lady of the city's #1 group, she seemed to know Lin Ling. I must be dreaming. Those classmates' jaws dropped at this moment. Even classmate Xiao was tongue-tied. Previously, he wanted to get close to Miss Xue, but who knew that she would coldly reject him? And Lin Ling, this trash existence, Miss Xue actually knew him. This must be a dream. It's you. At this moment, Lin Ling was slightly awake, but the voices in his mind were increasing. It's really you. I've been looking for you for a long time. Grandpa is also looking for you. Hearing Lin Ling's voice, Xue became even more excited. Her voice was no doubt. It was no wonder that her voice was like a bolt from the blue, bombarding the whole place. Miss Xue is looking for Lin Ling. Even the boss of the Snow Knight group is looking for him. What the hell is going on? However, what shocked everyone was that after facing the young lady, Lin Ling actually turned around and left after politely greeting her. In fact, at this moment, he was digesting the memories in his mind, so he wanted to find a quiet place. Wait, can I invite you for a dance? Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to disappear again, Xue naturally refused. She bit her lips and subconsciously spoke. Bang, bang, bang. Many of the wine glasses in their hands fell to the ground out of shock. Dance. Lin Ling can actually dance with Miss Xue. Moreover, Miss Xue personally invited him. Those people with status were all incomparably shocked at this moment. This was because when Miss Xue arrived, everyone looked at her with admiration. No one dared to invite her to dance, because she was not worthy. However, that plainly dressed young man was personally invited. The students all sucked in a breath of cold air. Among them, student Luo's expression changed drastically. Could it be that he's the mysterious young man that the Snow Knight group has been looking for? As soon as these words fell, all the students felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone in the city knew that the Snow Knight group was looking for a mysterious young man. The Snow Knight group had even released news that this person could be treated as the boss of the Snow Knight group. Even that mysterious boss Lu had hinted that he already regarded this mysterious young man as his son-in-law. This also meant that Lin Ling was very likely to be the heir of the Snow Knight group, and even Miss Shue's future husband. Chapter 2144. There was really no need to compete. Plop. Li Guifa, who was driving a BMW, was so scared that he fell to the ground. His BMW was a piece of scrap metal to the Snow Knight group. What scared him the most was that he had been so proud of himself in front of Lin Ling's student Luo wasn't any better. He remembered what his boss had said. When you see that young man, you have to treat him like a father, a boss, and a master. His boss, master, and even his father had actually been by his side before, but he had missed it. This guy is really amazing. Just based on the fact that he knows the Snow Knight group, who else in our class can do better than him? One by one, the students smiled bitterly, especially the female students. At this moment, they were staring at Lin Ling with strange gazes. At this moment, Lin Ling's clean white shirt didn't seem to represent that he was down and out. Instead, it represented that he was different from others. It represented that he was as pure as the white clouds in the sky, while they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Huang Wei, does Miss Shui really know Lin Ling? Come, smoke my cigarette. After recovering from his shock, student Luo hurriedly looked at Huang Weidao and offered him a cigarette with both hands. He looked extremely respectful. In fact, Huang Wei was also surprised, because he never thought that the beautiful girl Lin Ling helped at the train station was actually the city's #1 young lady. Of course, even I know him. Then, Huang Wei was elated. It was a feeling of exaltation. He swept his gaze across the students. All of them had a smile on their faces. The disdainful look from before had disappeared without a trace. Because all of them knew that the Snow Knight group could easily kill them. Their glamorous jobs and endless future would disappear in an instant. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Ling was equivalent to the sky that they had to look up to. Student Luo, didn't you want to give me a phone? How about giving me a phone today? Huang Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Tongxue. Luo Tongxue smiled bitterly. Brother Huang Wei, I wouldn't dare. You know the Snow Knight group. You can easily get a mobile phone factory, let alone a mobile phone. As soon as his words fell, the other students didn't want to be outdone and started to flatter him. Li Guifa even patted his chest and said, Big brother Huang Wei, although my BMW doesn't enter your eyes, you can drive it away at any time. Hee, I'm not worthy. You guys should just treat me and Lin Ling as good-for-nothing classmates. Huang Wei laughed coldly. His words were direct, making the students feel extremely awkward. Then, Huang Wei looked at Lu Miaodong, who was in a daze. He smiled faintly and said, Lu Miaodong, didn't you cooperate with the Snow Knight group? Wasn't there an order of 80 million? I wonder what kind of order it is. Me. Lu Miaodong's delicate body trembled. The pride she had always had was blown away by the wind at this moment. She couldn't be proud anymore. 80 million was nothing to the Snow Knight group. If Lin Ling had a good relationship with Miss Cher, canceling the order would be a piece of cake. She never thought that the thing she was most proud of would be nothing to Lin Ling. Then, her gaze looked into the distance and landed on the dirty handkerchief on the ground. The regret in her heart suddenly became stronger. The cooperation between the Snow Knight group and the Qian Mao group is still in negotiation. Almost at the same time, a cold voice sounded from the other side. Although it was said to be negotiation, it was actually a rejection. Because Lin Ling had cured the president of the Snow Knight group, a mere Qian Mao group couldn't compare to Lin Ling at all. Because President Lu's life was worth 100 Qian Mao group. Negotiation. Lu Miaodong's beautiful eyes suddenly became blank. Today was her birthday, and also the day when Qian Mao group would achieve great things. However, because she had underestimated Lin Ling, the cooperation was interrupted. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have looked down on you. We're classmates. Lu Miaodong hurriedly said to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. His eyes were like an ancient well as he looked indifferently. He even looked at everything in front of him as if he was a passerby. Classmates. We did come with the idea of being classmates, but you didn't treat us as classmates. You mocked us when we were studying, and you still do it now. Huang Wei was not as calm as Lin Ling and directly mocked. Such words undoubtedly made all of the students feel ashamed and unable to show their faces. Classmates, those are the memories of youth. After graduation, we go our separate ways. When we meet again, just cherish those memories. There's really no need to compare. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His words were calm, but they were like a silent slap to the faces of all the students. Compare. They only had power to compare. However, Lin Ling had just told them that when it came to comparing, they were no match for him. In fact, Lin Ling really did not care about what his classmates thought. He planned to leave after saying that sentence. Can you dance with me? Miss Xue whispered again. Lin Ling frowned and pondered for a moment. Finally, he nodded. Sure, but I don't know how to dance. It's fine. I don't know how to dance either. Miss Xue immediately revealed a happy smile. At the same time, music started to play. Under countless gazes, the young man and woman started to dance. Although Lin Ling really did not know how to dance, for some reason, after just one dance, he learned it easily. This caused all eyes to fall on the handsome man and woman. They were secretly shocked. It was really beautiful. It could be said that it was a peerless dance. Without a doubt, the real hosts of today's birthday party were Miss Xue and Lin Ling. They would definitely cause a sensation in the city tomorrow. The faces of the students were filled with admiration. To them, Lin Ling was as elegant as an immortal. Moreover, they realized that Lin Ling was extremely calm throughout the entire process. There was no trace of a petty person getting his way. It was as if Lin Ling really did not care about these things. This realm of calmness showed the gap between them and Lin Ling. At the same time, some of the students looked at Lu Miaodong and could not help but laugh. They could not understand where Lu Miaodong got her confidence from. She actually rejected Lin Ling so arrogantly. Now, Lin Ling was personally invited by Miss Xue. Compared to Lu Miaodong, Miss Xue was a real princess and Lu Miaodong was just a servant. That kid is really not simple. On the other side, the old man smiled as he watched the two dance. Seeing Lin Ling's calm performance, he was even more certain that Lin Ling had a secret. This also proved that his judgment was not wrong. That's right. If an ordinary person was invited to dance by Miss Xue, they would have been excited by now. But that young man is as calm as a breeze. If not for his young age, I would really think that he has experienced many ups and downs and walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Beside him, a middle-aged man also said solemnly. As people of high status, they had seen countless people, so they could sense that Lin Ling was different from the rest. I can see that my granddaughter likes him very much. The old man said with a smile. Chapter 2145. I, Lin Ling, am back. On the other side of the birthday party, a young man with long hair tied behind his head said coldly, "Who is that country bumpkin? How dare he touch my woman? Young master. Young master, I've investigated him. His background is very ordinary. To this secret order, he's an ant among ants. At the side, an old woman who was adorned with jewels said coldly. Kill him as an example to the others. Young master. The young man took a sip of red wine and said, an ant should have the awareness of an ant. Not just anyone can touch my woman. After killing that ant, I'll prepare to kill Director Liu. Then, everything will belong to me. Young master. It was as if he had the entire situation under control. Of course, with his backing from the secret order, he could do all this. Unfortunately, the high and mighty him did not know that the ant in his eyes was an existence beyond his imagination. In reality, no matter what his background was, even if he was from the secret order, to the youngest ancient giant, Lin Ling, destroying him was as easy as flipping his hand. When the birthday party ended, Lin Ling hurriedly left with Huang Wei. He really wanted to know what had happened to that mysterious object. Lin Ling, take my car. Your domestic car, get lost. Lin Ling, take my BMW. We've been classmates for a few years. Let me send you back. When they reached the main road outside, the classmates courteously approached them. Hee hee, thank you. But I'm used to walking, so maybe next time. Lin Ling smiled as he rejected them. His calmness made the classmates feel inferior. Because, up until now, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of being high and mighty. He was still as calm as ever. On the other side of the main road, Shui watched Lin Ling leave with disappointment in her eyes. Hee hee, as long as we know who that person is, we'll have our chance. Next to her, her grandfather smiled and comforted her. Shui's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded. In reality, she was also quite shocked because Lin Ling's attitude towards her was neither cold nor warm. Director Liu, long time no see. Were you talking about that country bumpkin? Unfortunately, he's about to die. However, at this moment, two figures walked over from afar. The indifferent young man in the lead was young Master Long. These two people undoubtedly caused the old man's expression to change drastically. The young master wants to work with you, but unfortunately, you've rejected him. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll have to force you. Let me tell you, you're nothing but ants if you want to fight against the secret order. The old woman next to Sir Long exuded a mysterious power. Plop. The bodyguards around Shui and the old man immediately collapsed. Even the chauffeur who came to pick them up suddenly fainted, causing the luxury car to crash into the roadside wall. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that these two people could be said to be open and aboveboard, causing the surrounding people to be shocked again and again. Obediently accept your death. Against me, you don't have any power to resist. The old woman coldly snorted and looked down at Shui. At this moment, Shui's expression changed slightly. Naturally, she knew what the secret order was. Most importantly, she had overheard that Lin Ling had been implicated as well. She instinctively turned to look at the back of the road and saw that Lin Ling and Huang Wei were walking along the main road. However, behind them, a large truck was heading straight towards them. Furthermore, she was not the only one who had seen it. Everyone else had seen it as well. At this moment, Lin Ling's head began to hurt even more. The mysterious power felt as if it was about to explode. However, at this critical moment, his intuition told him that danger was about to descend upon him. Subconsciously, he pushed Huang Wei away and threw himself to the other side. Almost as soon as he finished his action, the huge truck brushed past him. The truck's driver did not expect Lin Ling to react so quickly. His car rushed to the other side of the road. However, he was considered an experienced driver. He braked forcefully, turned the car around and charged towards Lin Ling again. He had received orders to kill Lin Ling, so he must succeed. However, the truck was quite far away. It was not difficult for Lin Ling to avoid it. However, a child happened to pass by in the middle of the road. The child was about 5 or 6 years old and was completely unaware of the approaching danger. His mother was chatting with someone else. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Furthermore, even if she had reacted, she would not have been able to help much with the truck's rampage. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Lin Ling's clear eyes quietly changed. The aura of a venerable emperor filled the air. Boom! His mind suddenly exploded, and countless voices finally rang out. Those bits and pieces drifted like fleeting clouds. Those familiar faces also appeared in his mind. Grandfather, Yu, mother, and so on. Furthermore, he knew that in this world, he, Lin Ling, was already dead. That was why he had transmigrated. However, someone had borrowed the powerful energy of the realm to reverse time and allow him to appear before he had died. It turned out that everything was like this. As for why Lin Ling was so sure, it was because of that child. Before Lin Ling had transmigrated, he had been killed by a car in order to save that child. That was why he had transmigrated. Therefore, what was happening in front of him had already happened. That was history repeating itself. Is this the energy of the realm? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forward and rushed toward the child. Whether history was repeating itself or not, he, Lin Ling, would still choose to save him. That's right. This is the energy of the realm. It can control the power of a realm and can reverse time. It seems that you have some understanding of what the realm is. And this realm is very weak. That's why I can reverse time and send you here. However, in the Wuxian realm, in your world, I can't do this with my realm unless I'm the master of a realm. Moreover, everyone's way of comprehending their realm is different. The only place that suits you, Lin Ling, is the place where you first came from. A voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling to be startled. Who are you? The person who helped you comprehend your realm, Lin Ling. You have already comprehended your realm. Come back, you will know who I am. All right. Lin Ling did not slow down. He had already arrived in front of the child and picked him up. However, the truck had already rushed over. Lin Ling. At this moment, Huang Wei anxiously shouted. Lin Ling's classmates were also shouting. Unfortunately, their shouts were not of much use. They could even imagine that what they would see next would be a tragedy. Ancient giants, Lin Ling, am back. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear the shouts around him. His expression was incomparably calm. That powerful strength of the past began to spread throughout his body. Various types of power of law sprouted like seeds, and there was even a trace of mysterious power of boundary essence. Through this experience, Lin Ling finally had a deep understanding of power of boundary essence. He stretched out one hand as if he wanted to use his thin arm to stop the truck. This action undoubtedly shocked the surrounding people once again. The next moment. Boom! Chapter 2146. Boundary Element Silence. The entire road was silent as countless gazes stared at the handsome young man with long hair fluttering in the wind. They seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Lu Miaodong's mouth was wide open. The figure that Lin Ling had left in her heart was now infinitely higher. Was this still the Lin Ling that she looked down on? Damn, is this Superman? Huang Wei was so scared that he knelt down. He never thought that his best friend who had been with him day and night would be so powerful. Could he be a legendary ancient warrior? The other students were not any better. Their gazes towards Lin Ling had already turned into worship. On the entire road, everyone was looking at Lin Ling, including young Master Long and the others. So there are millions of worlds in this world. My world is one world, and this is another world. And their destination is the martial god realm. Only by comprehending the boundary element can one enter the martial god realm. At this moment, Lin Ling was still hugging the child as he spoke. He stretched out his right hand, and on his finger, a wisp of white energy coiled around it. It seemed weak, but it suppressed an extremely terrifying power. This was the power of the universe, and also the boundary element. The boundary element was also a seed. After awakening, its power was even stronger than the laws. After all, the laws represented the rules of the world, but the boundary element represented the power of the universe. After awakening, all the laws could be transformed into boundary element, and one's strength would greatly increase. It could be said that a strand of boundary element was comparable to millions of laws. Everyone's path of martial arts, willpower, martial arts comprehension, and mental state are all different, so the path to comprehending boundary element is also different. The knot in my heart is obviously this world. I can't let go of the things in this world, so I can't comprehend boundary element. Lin Ling suddenly understood the mysterious man's intention. Because this world also had many of Lin Ling's memories, such as his childhood studies, his first love, his experiences in junior high school, and so on. Even the child in his arms was an obsession in his heart. Therefore, the mysterious man sent Lin Ling to this world and used those memories and obsessions to let Lin Ling comprehend boundary element. Of course, if Lin Ling failed, he would stay here forever and become an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, the scene of the truck hitting the child woke Lin Ling up. Thank you. Lin Ling looked at the child in his arms and smiled. His smile was incomparably carefree. At this moment, he was filled with great confidence. Big brother, why are you thanking me? The child opened his clear eyes and asked curiously. Because my comprehension this time all relied on luck and fortune, and you are the one who brought me luck. Lin Ling said with a smile. At this time, the child's mother ran over and bowed to Lin Ling, thanking him profusely. Lin Ling also put the child down. Big brother, thank you. The child smiled at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling returned the smile. He looked into the distance and strode over. His pace was not fast, but in everyone's eyes, those steps carried a mysterious rhythm. So handsome. The hearts of Lin Ling's classmates jumped. In the past, he was the most low-key existence in the class, but today, he was the most dazzling existence. This guy is simply amazing. Huang Wei was also shocked. The feeling Lin Ling gave him was very unfamiliar, yet also very familiar. Shua and the old man also looked at Lin Ling. They were sure that Lin Ling was definitely an ancient martial artist. Young Master Long also thought so. He did not expect that there would be such a strong person in the secular world. However, no matter how strong one was, could they compare to the Yin sect? Lin Ling had already stopped in front of Shua and smiled, thank you. He knew very well that these people had more or less helped him in comprehending the boundary essence. Now that he was about to leave, he thanked them one by one. There's no need for that. Shua's heart immediately jumped when she saw Lin Ling's clear gaze. She did not know why, but she felt inferior when facing this elegant young man. Ancient martial artist. You're quite strong. At this moment, young Master Long said indifferently. His tone was very calm and carried a hint of disdain. The old woman next to him also narrowed her eyes and stared at Lin Ling. This young man's strength was not bad. He was qualified to be the young master's follower. It was no wonder that they were not afraid of Lin Ling. In Wuxia, the Yin sect was the strongest and had the longest history. Therefore, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was like an ant in front of the Yin sect. You can be the young master's follower. Furthermore, we're from the Yin sect. The old woman finally spoke and revealed her background. She wanted to surprise Lin Ling. In Wuxia, as long as one was a true expert, they would have more or less heard of the Yin sect. Those who heard these two words would all turn pale at the mention of it. Yin sect? What's that? I've never heard of it either. Could it be? The crowd was puzzled. However, the people here were all reputable and some of them had heard of the Yin sect. Could it be an ancient sect that has been passed down since the Qin dynasty? It's said that the members of this sect are all immortals. An old man cried out in surprise because he was also a practitioner of the Tao. Immortals. The crowd burst into an uproar. Every one of them doubted the old man's words. However, when they turned to look at the old man, they were shocked to find that the old man was a renowned Qigong master in the country. As for his words, it was obvious that he couldn't be lying. This meant that the mysterious old woman's background was very terrifying. However, when they thought about it, the old woman had not moved at all, but young Lady Shui's bodyguards had fallen to the ground. This proved that the old woman was very powerful. I'm going to leave now. It's fate that brought us together. I'll give you a chance. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice the crowd's shock. Instead, he smiled at Shui and pointed at her with his right hand. Several laws flowed into Shui's body and helped her to be reborn. And your grandfather. Then, Lin Ling pointed at Director Liu, causing Director Liu's body to tremble. A mysterious power was awakening in his aged body. This is... The old man was pleasantly surprised. Their actions could be said to have ignored the old woman and young Master Long. This caused them to be stunned on the spot. Then, their faces turned ashen. This young man was too arrogant. Do you know what the Yin sect is? Don't think that just because you know some ancient martial arts, you can look down on everyone. The old woman said word by word, I gave you a chance to become the young master's follower and you dared to pass it up. You should know that if you become the young master's follower, you'll be considered half a member of the Yin sect. If you're lucky, you'll be able to obtain the art of immortal cultivation. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. The art of immortal cultivation. Could it be that it was one of those legendary immortal cultivation methods? This was something that generations of emperors dreamed of. At this moment, after Lin Ling had reborn Shui and Director Liu, he looked at young Master Long and the others. Chapter 2147. The experts of the hidden sects, who asked you to be so close to Shui. Shui is mine, so I killed the chicken to warn the monkey. However, you still have some strength, so I'll spare your dog life. In the future, be obedient and be my follower. Young Master Long laughed. You killed me just because I was close to Shui. Lin Ling's expression remained calm. I really don't understand. You're so weak. I don't know where you get the confidence to say this. Forget it. We know each other after all, so I'll give you a chance to kill yourselves. Of course, you can also join forces. Shaking his head, Lin Ling was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. However, these words made young Master Long and young Master Long stunned. They almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Let them commit suicide. Let them join forces. This guy thinks too highly of me. It seems that if I don't show you some power, you won't know what the secret order is. The old woman's body emitted a terrifying aura, and all the stones on the ground floated up. This kind of magical power undoubtedly shocked everyone. Huang Wei anxiously shouted at Lin Ling because he didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for the ancient immortal sects. Too weak. However, Lin Ling's expression was still as calm as ever. His right hand lightly tapped the air. Puff! Under countless gazes, the old woman's right arm was severed. It fell to the ground and blood gushed out. The old woman's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? She had used her immortal energy. Moreover, That young man didn't seem to have any immortal energy at all, so how could he easily cut off her arm? You think you're qualified to call me a follower? Lin Ling shook his head and lightly waved his right hand. The entire process was as light as a breeze, but it carried with it an all-powerful aura. Puff! The old woman's other arm flew out and fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Ling had crippled that powerful cultivator from the secret order in just 2 moves. That powerful cultivator actually had the nerve to make Lin Ling his follower. Actually, I'm not interested in your lives at all. However, I have a principle, and that is, I will kill anyone who wants to kill me. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. The murderous intent on his body thickened. The crowd could even see that Lin Ling seemed to have walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Is this still the low-key Lin Ling in our eyes? Lin Ling's classmates were all shocked when they sensed his murderous aura. They had a feeling that Lin Ling had experienced tens of thousands of battles, rising step by step amidst blood and slaughter. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling raised his right hand again. How dare you! That young master dragon guessed Lin Ling's intention, and he shouted angrily. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the old woman's head flew off as soon as he shouted. Lin Ling was also telling young Master Dragon that there was nothing he did not dare to do. In reality, Lin Ling felt that this young Master Dragon was a little too foolish. The old woman's power was so different from his own, yet young Master Dragon could not tell. That aside, he actually had the audacity to shout at Lin Ling. Do you think that based on your power, you have the right to question me? Lin Ling stared indifferently at young Master Dragon after he had easily killed the old woman. You've got guts. Young Master Dragon had calmed down after his initial rage because the young man in front of him was really powerful. This caused him to fall silent for a moment. When they saw that the arrogant young Master Dragon no longer dared to speak, Director Liu and Shui were extremely excited because they knew how powerful the secret order was. Today's matter ends here. However, the secret order will not let this matter rest. Kid, you're on your own now. Young Master Dragon sighed and turned to leave. He knew that based on his power, he was clearly no match for Lin Ling. Hold it. However, just as he started to move, Lin Ling spoke in an eerie voice. What else do you want? You've killed my people for no reason and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Are you still not going to let this matter rest? Young Master Dragon suppressed the rage in his heart as he spoke slowly. For no reason. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. Young Master Dragon had killed him for no reason and he was merely returning the favor. However, when young Master Dragon had spoken of it, he was now the one who had caused trouble. Most importantly, young Master Dragon was so weak. Where did he get the courage to speak? I'm not going to let this matter rest. So what? Lin Ling laughed icily. Don't regret this. There are some people and places that you can't afford to offend. Young Master Dragon narrowed his eyes. That place represents the most ancient existence in the kingdom of Wuxia. Every single person who has come from that place is an extremely famous figure in history. You, on the other hand, only have a little bit of skill. Compared to that place, you're just an ant. Whoosh! Unfortunately, just as he had spoken, Lin Ling used his hand as a blade and gently slashed at him. Splurt! Fresh blood sprayed into the air as young Master Dragon's arm was cut off. Slash! The crowd gasped when they saw this. Even Director Liu was the same. If he had guessed correctly, young Master Dragon's status in the secret order was not low. However, Lin Ling had still dared to attack him. What kind of background does this mysterious young man have? You cut off my right arm. Slash! Young Master Dragon did not seem to be able to react. I didn't cut off your right arm, I cut off both of your arms. Slash! However, Lin Ling gave an even more accurate answer. With one slash, young Master Dragon's left arm was cleanly cut off as well. Ah! Slash! Young Master Dragon cried out in agony as he rolled on the ground. The crowd in the distance was completely shocked. Even Shui and the others were shocked as well. Only now did they realize that this mysterious young man was not a pushover. Instead, there was a rich and domineering aura within his body. He seemed to be even more powerful than they had imagined. You've got guts. Slash. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. More than 10 figures stepped through the clouds and appeared before the crowd's eyes like immortals. This scene undoubtedly caused the crowd to feel as if they had been struck by lightning. Legend has it that there were immortals in the kingdom of Wuxia, but that was only a legend. Now, they had finally witnessed it with their own eyes. The legend was true. However, there were very, very few people who were able to comprehend immortality. Fly, there really are people who can fly. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? I'm afraid that today's events will cause a sensation throughout the country. Are those people from the Qin dynasty? Or are they immortals from the investiture of the gods era? Or are they from the journey to the West era? The crowd cried out in surprise. They still could not believe what was happening before their very eyes. More than 10 figures slowly descended from the sky. They were all dressed in long green robes and had an ancient air about them. They really did look like immortals. Grand Master! Grand Master! Young Master Dragon looked at the group of people and cried out excitedly. To him, the Secret Order's members had arrived and that young man was dead for sure. The Secret Order. Lin Ling also looked at the group of people in astonishment. He had grown up in this world in his previous life and had heard many legends. However, he had never thought that there would actually be powerful immortals here. Of course, to Lin Ling, these people were just slightly stronger cultivators. You, where are you from? Where is your sect? Speak. Speak. Chapter 2148. They had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. The Secret Order was the most powerful ancient sect in Wuxia. When had they ever been afraid of anyone? Furthermore, from their point of view, this young man might be a rogue cultivator who had gone into closed-door cultivation to comprehend the Great Tao and was a fellow cultivator who had made some achievements. I have no background and I don't have a master. Ha! Lin Ling replied calmly, looking as calm and composed as ever. How dare you offend the Secret Order and you still don't know etiquette? If you don't tell us your master today, don't blame us for not remembering our old friendship. The middle-aged man's expression grew colder and colder. He clearly did not expect that there would be someone in the secular world who would dare to provoke the Secret Order. Furthermore, they had personally come, but this young man was not afraid at all. This was courting death. Not remembering our old friendship. You're still far from it. You're not even a Marshal Supreme yet. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Lin Ling shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. The pressure of his realm essence swept out like thunder. Instantly, the dozen or so people's expressions changed drastically. What a terrifying aura! The eyes of the leader of the elders flickered as he exclaimed, "What kind of power is that? Why is it different from what we've learned? Could it be that you've obtained a cultivation technique left behind by a predecessor in some secret land in Wuxia?" His voice was filled with anticipation and excitement. Legend has it that the first powerful cultivator in Wuxia, Pangu, had broken through the void and arrived at an even more mysterious realm. Therefore, the cultivation technique that Pangu had left behind was what all immortals yearned for the most. I can let bygones be bygones, but you must tell us the cultivation technique that you've used. If we study it together, we might be able to find the way to eternal life. The elder said excitedly. If it really was a cultivation technique left behind by Pangu, his strength would greatly increase. Cultivation technique. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he understood what the elder meant. He had taken a fancy to his power. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if I tell you my cultivation technique, you might not be able to cultivate it. Lin Ling shook his head and stepped forward. That's not up to you to decide. Little friend, the secret order has invited you as a guest today. The old man also walked out, and as he walked, his body seemed to grow taller. Moreover, the entire road shook continuously, and ancient immortal chi filled the air. Many people even saw countless flying swords floating in the sky, as if immortals were coming from afar. This was a very terrifying aura. As for the old man's invitation to Lin Ling as a guest, that was definitely not true. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to imprison Lin Ling and obtain Lin Ling's cultivation method. Great Grandmaster, kill him. When Sir Long saw that the Secret Order's #1 senior had made his move, he instantly became extremely excited. From his point of view, Lin Ling's audacity in going against the Grand Master was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. Lin Ling, be careful. He's the Secret Order's first Grand Elder and has a lifespan of over 500 years. General Manager Liu reminded him anxiously. In reality, he knew a thing or two about the Secret Order. 500 years of lifespan. Heavens, that's a long lifespan of 100 years. Many people's eyes trembled fiercely. To them, 500 years was an extremely terrifying number. They never thought that a person could live for so long. So what if he knows? Can he stop me? The old man spoke with the demeanor of a transcendent being. His long robes continued to flutter in the wind as his immortal chi filled the air. Stop me. Is 500 years of cultivation something to be proud of? Lin Ling laughed again. After all, the ancient giants who were going up against him had cultivated for over 10,000 years, or even tens of millions of years. 500 years of cultivation. They did not even have the right to be Lin Ling's opponent. Bang! Lin Ling took one step forward and a large number of powerful cultivators appeared behind him. These powerful cultivators began to kill each other, creating a scene that could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. You want my cultivation method? Do you think that you can swallow it? Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward. Dragons, cheelants, and various mystical beasts roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Bang, bang, bang. When the old man's aura was compared to Lin Ling's, it instantly crumbled. His face turned pale as well. How could this be? This young man did not look very old, but his battle experience and knowledge seemed to surpass his by a lot. It's only 500 years. At least 50% of the people under my wing have cultivated for longer than you. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward. A shocking scene appeared. An illusion appeared in the sky. It was a scene of countless people kneeling in worship. Most importantly, these people's powers were extremely terrifying. They were no weaker than the old man and could even destroy the old man with a single finger. These people seemed to regard Lin Ling as their king. Bang! Lin Ling did not stop in his tracks. At this moment, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. The crowd saw a young man in long black robes walking out from the land filled with demons and ghosts. He held a large sword in his hand as he walked out step by step. All of this was Lin Ling's experience in the other world. That experience was shocking. Pfft! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. The members of the secret order behind him spat out blood as well. Only now did they realize how terrifying the young man in front of them was. He was an existence that looked down upon the world. Senior, please spare my life. The old man immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Even without making a move, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Besides, compared to Lin Ling, he was indeed a junior. If he could not sense this, he would not have the right to continue cultivating. What? Sir Long was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the members of the secret order kneel down. This must be fake. The secret order's #1 cultivator, the #1 immortal in Wuxia, is kneeling down and begging for mercy. Furthermore, the other party is a young man who looks about the same age as me. How could this be? Besides, if this young man was really that powerful, it was impossible for the secret order to not know about him. Unless he had come from another place. Sir Long's face turned even paler at the thought of this. In reality, the old man was thinking the same thing. His heart was shaking like thunder. Weren't you the one who wanted my cultivation technique? Lin Ling arrived in front of the old man and stared down at him from above. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Everyone in the secret order, kowtow and greet you, senior. Yes. The old man spoke anxiously and kowtowed continuously, silencing the crowd in the distance. Previously, when the secret order had arrived, everyone's horizons had been broadened. They had thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure because he had offended the most mysterious immortal in Wuxia. However, who would have thought that all the immortals would kneel and kowtow in front of Lin Ling? Could it be that Lin Ling was a god? When I passed by this place, I had no intention of killing everyone. However, you were the ones who had provoked me. Lin Ling slowly replied. Senior, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Yes. The old man quickly looked at Lin Ling and slapped himself 3 times in a frenzy. He then glared at Sir Long resentfully. You had nearly caused the secret order's death. Yes. As soon as he had spoken, Sir Long's mouth fell open. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. As for Shui and Director Liu, they were excited. They seemed to have latched onto a thick thigh. Chapter 2149. Leave. Actually, I'm also a citizen of Wuxia. Lin Ling sighed as he stared calmly at the old man. Finally, he said, get up. I won't pursue this matter any further. Thank you, senior. Hearing this, the members of the secret order grew excited. They also knew that Wuxia was not the most powerful member of the secret order. In reality, there was still a hidden young man who was like a dragon. Thank you for sparing my life, senior. As for him, I'll deal with him myself. After the old man rose to his feet, he stared coldly at Sir Dragon and struck him with his palm. Sir Dragon's eyes grew blank. He never thought that the secret order would take the initiative to kill him for the sake of that young man. Of course, he could understand the secret order's actions. After all, the secret order would be in danger if they did not kill him. Hence, the secret order would certainly sacrifice him. If there was anyone to blame, he could only blame himself for failing to recognize Mount Tai. Bang! With regret in his heart, Sir Dragon's head exploded. Dead, he's dead, just like that. The crowd sighed. They never thought that today's events would turn out this way. Lin Ling's classmates, in particular, still felt as if they were in a dream. Their former classmate has now become a powerful cultivator who has surpassed immortals. Even if they looked up to that height, they had no right to look up to him. No wonder he doesn't care about our mockery at all. It turns out that we're not from the same world. Perhaps he's the scariest existence in our class. The classmates secretly exclaimed. Huang Wei. At that moment, Lin Ling's gaze turned towards the side of the road. Huang Wei's body trembled and he instinctively walked out. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he did not dare to look at Lin Ling. You loser, you're finally going to make a comeback today. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made Huang Wei laugh. He was laughing very happily. This was because Lin Ling had spoken to him in the same tone as before. Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. When did you become so powerful? Huang Wei excitedly thumped Lin Ling's chest. His actions undoubtedly caused the members of the secret order to gasp. This little fatty was simply digging his own grave. However, they clearly wanted to hide. I'm sorry for hiding it from you. However, this isn't important because I'm about to go back. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about Huang Wei's actions. Where are you going? Hearing this, Huang Wei was shocked. Go home. My wife, my grandfather, my mother, and my friends are there. So I'm going home. Lin Ling looked up at the sky. Although he was somewhat reluctant to leave this place, he had met too many enemies and too many friends since he started learning martial arts. Sometimes, those people were just passing by. Therefore, it was impossible for him to stop because no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was not as important as his family. Life was like this as well. Some people, some things, in the end, were just strangers meeting by chance and passing by each other. However, China is also half my home. Then, Lin Ling shrugged. He pointed with his right hand and a large amount of precepts entered Huang Wei's body, helping him to be reborn. Seeing this, the members of the secret order were envious. They had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of years to obtain their current strength. However, Lin Ling seemed to have cultivated a peerless expert in the blink of an eye. From now on, you, Huang Wei, are the number one person in China. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Ling withdrew his right hand and nodded in satisfaction. When Huang Wei sensed the surging power in his body, he couldn't help but be shocked. Then, he became ecstatic. The loser has turned the tables. I'm going to become an expert at picking up girls. Seeing this, all the students were envious because they could also see that Huang Wei seemed to have obtained a mysterious power. This was a great opportunity that they had almost obtained. Unfortunately, they had missed it. Especially Lu Miaodong. At this moment, she was holding the white handkerchief and her eyes were slightly moist. Once upon a time, she also had the opportunity to become a true elite. However, she had missed it because she only had money in her eyes. Therefore, she had missed out on everything. Now, she regretted it. However, Lin Ling and her were like passers-by. Schwabber, thank you. Lin Ling was unaware of everyone's complicated emotions. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He looked at Schwa and Director Liu. Their strength was not any weaker than Huang Wei's. They just needed some time to get used to it. Lin Ling, are you leaving? Schwa bit her lip. Her heart was extremely pained. However, she also knew that Lin Ling had his own family and friends in another world. Lin Ling nodded. Naturally, he was aware of Schwa's feelings for him. Unfortunately, he could only smile bitterly at this. Then, he took a step into the sky and looked deeply at the ground. He engraved everything in his heart. To him, this was a very good memory. Goodbye. Then, Lin Ling exhaled lightly. In his right hand, the mysterious boundary essence bloomed. Then, he punched the sky. Rumble. The turbulent energy blasted the sky, causing ripples to bloom in the blue sky. A huge void boundary passage appeared. Only by comprehending the boundary essence could one travel through the void boundary. Lin Ling, will you still come back? Will you still set up shop with me on the streets? Will you still pick up girls with me? Huang Wei looked at his best friend who was about to leave. He couldn't help but shout. In his eyes, tears flowed down. The word brother was for a lifetime. Of course. Lin Ling looked down and nodded lightly. On the day I rule the world, I will come back. After saying that, he stepped into the void boundary passage and disappeared without a trace. I will find you. Looking at the handsome young man who disappeared into the sky, Shui clenched her small fists and secretly swore. Huang Wei's expression turned serious. He was suddenly very curious about the outside world. Lin Ling had left a large number of cultivation techniques in his mind. In time, he would definitely be able to learn from Lin Ling and leave this place. He would be able to roam the world freely. Heavens, breaking the void with a punch. This is the technique of the strongest person in Wuxia, Tangu. Compared to the thoughts in their minds, the people from the secret sect were extremely excited. They all knelt down. Now, they finally knew the difference between Lin Ling and them. That night, the news in the city caused a sensation. In the report, the city's military exercise caused a huge commotion. Moreover, someone invented a pair of wings and tried to fly in the sky. Obviously, this sensational news was suppressed. It was impossible for everyone to know about it. However, the people who were present at that time remembered a name, Lin Ling. This person was a legend in Wuxia. Rumble. The void boundary energy spread throughout his body. Lin Ling seemed to see countless realms. He even saw the martial god realm at the top of the pyramid. Pop. Pop. Chapter 2150. 10,000 demonic eyes, congratulations on your return. At the same time, a smiling voice drifted out. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Everyone has their own path, as well as their own heart's knot and obsession. Therefore, the best way to comprehend the boundary essence is through those heart's knot and obsession. Originally, I wanted to protect you for 3 days, but I didn't expect you to return safely on the 3rd day. It seems like the 10,000 devil eyes has brought you some benefits. Moreover, your martial heart is very firm. You know that some temptations won't last long. If you enjoy the feeling of being high and mighty in that world, you will never be able to return. A voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because there were 2 familiar faces on this mysterious path to becoming a martial god. Lin Ling was very familiar with one of them. It was Venerable Si Calming. In the past, during the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, Empyrean Void Star had slaughtered him. It had been Venerable Si Calming who had protected him, giving him enough time to grow. After that, Lin Ling had also protected Venerable Si Calming. Unfortunately, Venerable Si Calming had been killed by a powerhouse and his soul scattered. Lin Ling had been unable to save him. Unexpectedly, Venerable Si Calming was still alive and had appeared here. Lord Lin Ling. Venerable Si Calming said excitedly. He hurriedly bowed to Lin Ling. I should be the one calling you Lord. Lin Ling was also very excited. Venerable Si Calming was his benefactor. Venerable Si Calming was Lin Ling's savior. I was the one who saved him. Ding Hai is a man who values friendship and righteousness. I didn't want him to die, so I reconstructed his soul and accepted him as my disciple. Another young man in a blue and white robe smiled faintly. Lin Ling had met this person once before. He was one of the only 2 people that Lin Ling couldn't see through in the martial pavilion. One had to know that there were not many people that Lin Ling could not see through. Grandma Wen Dao was the only one, and the next was the person in front of him. This person looked extremely ordinary, and his name was Gan Liangping. This was the only thing Lin Ling knew about him. Did you help me? Lin Ling was extremely surprised. I know you're curious about why I'm helping you, and you're also curious about my origins. However, you'll know when the time comes. You only need to know that I'm from the martial god world, and I'm also an old friend of Li Xiaoyao's. The blue-robed young man laughed. Li Xiaoyao's way of comprehending the boundary essence is different from yours, Lin Ling. Therefore, I guessed that you would definitely encounter setbacks when comprehending the boundary essence. Therefore, I helped you. However, I never thought that your comprehension ability would surpass my imagination. TSK, a rank 3 martial emperor, and you managed to create the boundary essence. Even in the martial god world, this is unique because the martial god geniuses there are even rank 5 martial emperors who managed to comprehend the boundary essence. That's monstrous. However, your own fortuitous encounter is one of the reasons. More importantly, it was the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes that helped you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. Could the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes be his left eye? You know that above the immortal body is the Xian body. Above the Xian body is the awakened divine body and even the desolate body. Your left eye is an existence that surpasses the Xian body. As for what it is, you'll know in the future. If you want to inherit the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes, you must cultivate essence, qi, and spirit. Fortunately, you didn't miss out on anything. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The blue-robed young man explained slowly. Lin Ling was astonished. His left eye seemed to be extraordinary. However, what surprised him was that the blue-robed young man didn't try to take it for himself. Lin Ling looked at the blue-robed young man in shock. What's wrong with your eyes? Don't worry, I won't take it for myself because I'm also one of the 6 great god eyes. Therefore, I won't snatch your demonic eye. The blue-robed young man shrugged helplessly when he saw Lin Ling's wary gaze. I'm sorry. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. However, he understood that his left eye seemed to be one of the 6 great god eyes. The most powerful part of the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes is that it can see through everything. It can see through any martial arts, laws, and world energy. It doesn't seem to be very offensive, but it's extremely supportive. It can be said that with this eye, your martial path will be smooth sailing and you will no longer have any bottlenecks. Of course, Li Xiaoyao obtained a right eye that isn't any weaker than the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes in the martial god world. However, I don't know where it is now. That right eye is called the spacetime divine steel. It's something that once shook the martial god world. The blue-robed young man said. Spacetime divine steel. Why don't I feel it now? Lin Ling immediately became curious. Because Li Xiaoyao's statue was broken and was obtained by someone else. Perhaps the memories of the spacetime divine steel are in that statue. You need to retrieve them one by one. Of course, there's no rush. It's useless for others to obtain what belongs to you. Moreover, you can't use its power even if you obtain it now. Alright. Hearing this, Lin Ling relaxed. He had obtained the most precious left eye from the 3rd statue, but Li Xiaoyao hadn't obtained anything else. Fortunately, those shameless ancient giants couldn't obtain anything else even if they obtained it. Therefore, it was time to collect the interest. Go back. However, you'd better go to the martial god world as soon as possible because the 2 women are starting to become illusory. This martial god path isn't something that anyone can walk. Alright. Sensing that Lin Ling wanted to leave, the blue-robed young man immediately reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Xian Yuangu, and his expression changed. At this moment, Xian Yuangu, and Yuanshi Guer were becoming illusory. Their bodies were like gas and they showed signs of disappearing at any time. The world energy of the martial god path is affecting them because they haven't comprehended it yet. The blue-robed young man explained. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood. Right now, he was here but his life wasn't in any danger. That was because he had the world energy, but Xian Yuangu and Yuanshi Guer didn't have it. If you want to save them, you must go through this path to the martial god world and find the martial god camp in Qingzhou. Then, you'll have a chance to cure them if you join them. After all, there's really no power in your world that can cure them. The blue-robed young man said. Lin Ling frowned and quickly remembered this name. However, the most important thing now was to leave this place and retrieve the things left behind by the third statue. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling looked at the blue-robed young man and said. No need. You'll understand in the future. Thank you. The blue-robed young man smiled meaningfully and then left with Venerable Sea calming. Lin Ling didn't waste any time. He took Xian Yuangu and Yuanshi Guer and left the martial god path. At this moment, the outside world was still in chaos. After the third statue exploded, a large number of treasures sputtered in all directions. The ancient giants all rushed toward the huge rocks because there were more treasures inside. As for the smaller rocks, they were fought over by the experts of the 4 clans. Get lost. Those are the treasures I want. Those are divine crystals. Go. On a sand dune in the desert, a giant from the Ghost clan and a giant from the Demon clan were fighting. That's the 9 heavens 10 earths devil monarch. Go. The other one is also the Ghost Emperor Du Tian. Both of them are half a step into the ranks of ancient giants. Go. It seems like we're not qualified to touch the treasures they want. Go. Chapter 2151. That's how arrogant I am. The pitiful one is Lin Ling, he's helping others. Humph. Humph, this Lin Ling is young, but he's so arrogant. I'm afraid he'll die without a complete corpse. Humph. Even if he doesn't die, he'll definitely die if he encounters an ancient giant. Humph. The crowd began to discuss animatedly again, and their gazes were fixed on the great battle on the hill. Rumble. The 2 experts from the Ghost and Demon clans clashed violently. In the end, the expert from the Ghost clan was stronger and killed his opponent, obtaining all of the Demon clan's treasures. Ha, who else but me? Who dares to touch the treasures that I want? Humph. An earth-shaking voice came from the Ghost clan expert's mouth, forming a ghostly wind that roared in the desert. In the distance, the experts were silent. They did not dare to touch those treasures. Leave the treasures behind. Humph. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from afar, causing everyone to look over. They saw a slender figure slowly walking over from the desert. This person looked extremely young and handsome. He carried a huge ancient sword on his back and his blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. Another one who wants to die. Not bad at all. However, if I hand over the treasures, how will you treat me? Humph. The Ghost clan expert looked into the distance with his cold eyes. He looked very calm and confident. He was a top expert below the Ghost Emperor. In addition to his good harvest this time, he was already half a step into the ranks of ancient giants. His strength was also at the 6th level of the martial emperor realm. Therefore, who was he afraid of? Leave the treasures behind and obediently give up your life. Humph. However, what was surprising was that this person was also very arrogant. Not only did he want the treasures, he wanted to kill the Ghost clan expert. Hearing this, the Ghost clan expert was stunned. According to the rules, those who handed over the treasures would be able to keep their lives. However, this person wanted to kill him. He wanted the treasures and wanted to kill him. This was more brutal than he had imagined. Do you think you're an ancient giant? Humph. Thinking of this, the killing intent on the Ghost clan expert's face became thicker. The cold ghost chi caused the desert to freeze into black ice. The black ice condensed and turned into huge sand zombies. This Ghost clan expert was obviously very good at zombies. He could even be called Zombie King. I am indeed an ancient giant. However, the sand zombies that crawled out of the desert didn't cause the newcomers any fear. A voice filled with murderous intent finally floated out. Ancient giant. The moment his voice sounded, the entire desert was shaken. The person who dared to call himself an ancient giant was quite bold. However, when they looked over, their pupils shrunk. The person who came seemed to be Lin Ling. Why didn't he die? At this moment, the hearts of all the experts rumbled. As for the expert from the ghost race, his expression changed drastically. However, he soon burst into laughter. Lin Ling's strength was the strongest under the ancient overlords. However, he was now half a step into the ranks of the ancient overlords. Why would Lin Ling be afraid of him? You didn't die. Looks like your luck is pretty good. However, even if you didn't die, aren't you being too arrogant? You want the treasure, but you also want the person. Do you think you can do it? The ghost expert floated up, and the mysterious ghost energy was so cold, forming a surging law that enveloped Lin Ling. That's right, I am that arrogant. However, on the ground, white flames burned. After rushing out of the ground, they turned into a mysterious reincarnation circle. 6 paths of reincarnation, Azura path. At this moment, the underworld flame also bloomed. Lin Ling is rumored to be the strongest under the ancient overlords. It looks like he is indeed powerful. He seems to be only a rank 3 martial emperor, but his law has reached 200,000. I wonder who will be more powerful if he and the Heaven Ghost Emperor collide. The surrounding demons and ghosts started to discuss spiritedly. As for the Heaven Ghost Emperor, he squinted his eyes. He was also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. However, such strength was still not enough to shake him. Pitiful, Lin Ling, do you know how pitiful you are? A cold voice floated out from his mouth. I know you don't dare to answer, so I will answer for you. You are the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, and you should have a bright future. Unfortunately, your 3rd stone sculpture was taken by us. That is why you are pitiful. Secondly, 200,000 law is indeed powerful, but I am a rank 6 martial emperor. The Heaven Ghost Emperor opened his hands, and more sand zombies crawled out from the ground. They were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. Those were ferocious zombies, and they could probably fight against a rank 1 martial emperor. When there were so many of them, no one below the rank 6 martial emperor realm would be able to stop them. The Heaven Ghost Emperor's law is increasing rapidly. Gosh, it has reached 800,000. As the terrifying aura exploded, everyone was shocked. 800,000 law. Who could compete with it? Although Lin Ling's talent was stronger, and one of his laws of nature was comparable to 2 of others, he could only withstand 400,000 laws of nature at most. Therefore, Lin Ling could not win. Do you know how pitiful you are? The Heaven Ghost Emperor roared again. If he could kill Lin Ling, he would be famous in the 4 tribes. When he thought of the glory of being famous in the future, he was extremely excited. In fact, with the law that he had just unleashed, it would not be difficult to kill Lin Ling. However, in the face of those terrifying laws, Lin Ling was extremely calm. He was sure that after the 3rd stone sculpture, the strength of the leaders of the various tribes had increased. However, their strength had increased because they had snatched Lin Ling's treasures. Now, they had snatched Lin Ling's treasures, and they were so proud of themselves and wanted to kill Lin Ling. They were too naive. I am indeed pitiful, but you are more pitiful than me. A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. The reincarnation circle in the sky started to spin, like a white flaming sun. Shameless boasting. Watch me break your 6 paths of reincarnation. The Ghost Emperor shouted coldly. Endless ghostly aura filled the air, like clouds that shrouded the sky, and wanted to devour the reincarnation circle. Seeing this, the crowd became even more excited. However, the next scene caused their laughter to instantly disappear. In the sky, the reincarnation circle grew larger and larger, crazily increasing from 200,000. Chi. The ghostly fog near the reincarnation circle was all burned, What? Seeing this, the Heaven Ghost Emperor's expression changed drastically. How did Lin Ling's law martial arts suddenly increase crazily? 400,000 law power. Heavens, he can't be using this battle to comprehend law martial arts, right? An expert exclaimed because he sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be comprehending law martial arts in an instant. And this was very terrifying. One had to know that the comprehension of law martial arts was calculated in hundreds of years, and Lin Ling could instantly comprehend it. What kind of monstrous talent was this? Chapter 2152. Crazy Rise. However, Lin Ling was also surprised by the might of the 10,000 devil eyes. This was because he had seen through the essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation with a single glance. The 10,000 mammoths' devil eyes were heaven-defying. Du Tian Ghost Emperor, you are very pitiful. You stole my things. You should run away as soon as possible because those who are familiar with me, Lin Ling, know that I will definitely take revenge. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's voice, the samsara circle in the sky grew larger and larger. The Ghost Emperor's face suddenly turned pale. He saw that the sand zombies on the ground were all burning. You are only at the 6th stage of the Martial Emperor realm, but you only have 800,000 laws. I don't understand where you get the confidence to say that I am pitiful. 700,000. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. His laws had actually reached 700,000. Rumble. All the demons and ghosts in the desert began to tremble with fear. Lin Ling seemed to have no limits. Impossible. How could you suddenly increase your power of laws? You must have cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation long ago. A moment ago, he could still kill Lin Ling, but now, his confidence was getting weaker and weaker. He was even worried about his own life. I'm sorry, but I've only just started. 800,000. Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from the ground. Bang bang bang. In the desert, all the sand zombies exploded. Lin Ling and Du Tian Ghost Emperor had the same number of nomological laws, but Lin Ling's talent was higher. How could Du Tian Ghost Emperor compare to him? 900,000. However, the terrifying thing was not over yet. It actually reached 900,000 nomological laws. Is this still the 3rd level of the Martial Emperor realm? The top powers in the desert had cultivated for thousands of years. However, this was the first time they had seen a rank 3 Martial Emperor who possessed 900,000 rules. 6 paths of reincarnation: Asura path, human path, beast path, hungry ghost path, hell path, million laws. However, something even more terrifying happened. The Asura path descended from the sky and everything on the ground entered reincarnation. This also meant that Lin Ling had successfully cultivated the first 5 paths of the 6 paths of reincarnation and reached the completion realm. Who could stop him? You are even more pitiful. Lin Ling said sarcastically. The reincarnation law had trapped the Du Tian Ghost Emperor. No. A terrifying suction force was born, sucking all of the sand zombies into the sky. The heavenly ghost monarch couldn't control his body anymore and was elongated. His face twisted, but he couldn't resist the godly aura in the sky and was sucked into the 6 paths reincarnation. Lin Ling was telling him who was more pitiful: reincarnation. Reincarnation of reincarnation. Was reincarnation of heaven, reincarnation realm, reincarnated, reincarnation, 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 reincarnation. Among the 4 clans, he was the only one who had the ability to instantly raise the power of laws. Du Tian Ghost Emperor didn't even have the chance to resist before he died. It wasn't until all the ghost chi was brought into the 6 paths of reincarnation that the surrounding demons and ghosts finally reacted. They could sense that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. Unless it was an ancient giant, no one could shake him. Anyone who dared to stop Lin Ling would die. Let's go. Lin Ling can't be messed with. Everyone was planning to leave. Lin Ling was too scary. Did I say you can leave? Stay here. However, as soon as they started to move, a cold voice entered everyone's ears. Lin Ling was not letting them go. What are you trying to do? A demon giant frowned. They had the advantage in numbers. Why should they be afraid of Lin Ling? Leave all the things you've obtained. Lin Ling's expression was cold as he spat out this sentence. His stone sculptures were not that easy to take. What if we refuse? The godly kingdom's elites also spoke. Was it possible for them to hand over the treasures? Then all of you will die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's next sentence directly announced the date of their death. How dare you? We have the giants of the 4 races gathered here. Do you dare to kill all of us? You should know that doing so is equivalent to offending the 4 races. He definitely wouldn't dare. Although he's the strongest person below the ancient giants, he's not a true ancient giant. Those elites were furious. Did Lin Ling think of them as ants? However, in their anger, they did not realize that Lin Ling did not provoke them in the beginning. They were the ones who snatched Lin Ling's stone sculptures out of greed. At that time, they had already offended Lin Ling. So, to Lin Ling, offending the 4 races was not a big deal. Those who did not comply would be killed. Because in this world, strength was everything. You are indeed ants, Azura realm. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. To these greedy and shameless people, the only way was to kill them all. He knew very well that although he was the youngest ancient giant, the elites of the other races did not take him seriously. They were only afraid of the people around him, such as Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others. But now, Lin Ling was telling them that he could also call himself an ancient giant by himself. Destroy. Rumble. The cold roar seemed to summon the gates of hell to take away all the greedy lives. Paw paw. In the sky, white flames exploded, burning the bodies of the demons and ghosts on the ground. Moreover, they realized that these flames could not be extinguished. Moreover, their bodies were also flying towards the 6 realms in the sky, entering the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Ling, you really dare to kill us? Those demons and ghosts were shocked. Lin Ling really dared to kill them. One should know that there were hundreds of giants here, and they came from different races. But Lin Ling killed them all. How daring was that? If I want to kill you, do I need to give a heads up? Unfortunately, they were met with a cold and decisive reply. Do I need to give a heads up to kill them? Lin Ling was an ancient giant. If these elites were greedy for his treasures, he would kill them without mercy. Ants. Then, Lin Ling did not even look at those angry elites. He took a step forward. At the same time, a large number of treasures fell from the sky and landed around him. These were the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao's stone statue. Those treasures turned into golden dust and floated around Lin Ling. Then, they were slowly absorbed by Lin Ling. Suddenly, a large number of memories rushed into Lin Ling's mind. Rumble. In just a moment, Lin Ling's body exploded with a terrifying aura. He had reached the level 4 Martial Emperor realm. After the level 3 Martial Emperor realm, there was a watershed. When one reached the level 4 Martial Emperor realm, an ordinary elite would have 100,000 laws. As for geniuses, they would have 200,000. However, Lin Ling was even more demonic. He had increased his laws to 500,000. If he used the 6 realms of reincarnation, his laws would reach 1,500,000. Breakthrough in an instant. In the sky, those elites who had not been sucked into the cycle of reincarnation trembled violently. When Lin Ling was at the level 3 Martial Emperor realm, he could kill those at the level 6 Martial Emperor realm. Now, he was probably invincible among those at the level 6 Martial Emperor realm. He is finally rising. Everyone was shocked. The elite seemed to be watching Lin Ling rise like a comet among the four races. Chapter 2153. Debt Collection. I'll collect all the debts they owe me. Sensing the crazy power of laws in his body, Lin Ling's sneer deepened. How others treat me, I'll treat them accordingly. The experts of the four clans coveted his treasures, so he'll kill them all. With a thought, Lin Ling disappeared without a trace, searching for the giants of the four clans in the desert. Die! Die! The ancient desert welcomed a grim reaper. When the giants of the various clans met Lin Ling, only death awaited them. Only when they were about to die did they realize how serious the consequences of threatening Lin Ling were. Along the way, Lin Ling continued to collect the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao, which made his realm more stable. Next, Lin Ling cast his gaze on the ancient giants because the treasures on them were the most important. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound erupted from Yellow Spring Mountain. The two forces collided, and their auras were extremely terrifying. A large number of spectators surrounded Yellow Spring Mountain, including the giants of the various clans and even those who weren't giants. There were also many people from the human clan who came from the ghost realm. Martial god Tianyu, the mortal world's guardian, Daoist came, and the spirit clan's crown prince. So many experts are here. Wow! Those two seem to be Yu Yu and Inyuer from the four clan competition. They're here too. Wow! Someone exclaimed. Those people were the top existences of the human race. Don't you know? The experts of the four clans threatened Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to take them to find treasures. They took the treasures, but Lin Ling is dead. Wow! What? The number one genius of the human race has fallen. How is that possible? Didn't Lin Ling have a large number of experts by his side? Wow! Did you see that mysterious ancient array in Yellow Spring Mountain? I heard that the ancient giants of the Ghost Clan cheated and trapped all of Lin Ling's disciples. Without those disciples, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to resist them. How shameless! How shameless! Lin Ling, the number one genius of the human race, who would have thought that he would fall here? Everyone said regretfully. Lin Ling was too dazzling, representing the pride of the human race, so the other races joined forces to suppress him. Yellow Spring Great Emperor, Immortal Drunken Wine, Death Arrow Martial God, you are all shameless. In the silence, Daoist Kame's angry voice finally floated out. The war in the ghost domain had shaken the entire domain. Unfortunately, by the time they received the news, it was already too late. They never expected that these hypocritical ancient giants would join forces to kill Lin Ling. Treasures belong to those who are capable. You can only blame Lin Ling for being too greedy and wanting to take everything for himself. Serves him right. On the other side, a cold voice rang out. The one who spoke was the ancient giant of the human race, Drunken Immortal. Staring at the carefree immortal Drunken Wine, many people cursed in their hearts. What a shameless ancient hegemon. He actually colluded with experts from other races. Apart from him, the Death Arrow Martial God from the ancient era was also present. There was also the Yellow Spring Emperor and the Fire Cloud Godly King from the Fire Cloud Empire of the Godly Nation. There were 4 ancient giants on their side. And there were only 3 on Daoist Kame's side. Looks like it's impossible for Daoist Kame and the rest to seek justice. Sigh, if Ancient Charm Martial God and the rest were also here, how would the Yellow Spring Emperor and the rest dare to be so arrogant? Everyone could see why the Yellow Spring Emperor and the rest were so unrestrained. It turned out that they had more people on their side. and Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the other experts were said to be trapped in the formation. Obviously, they could not help much. In this world, a dead genius is not considered a genius. A dead ancient giant is also not considered an ancient giant. It can only be said that Lin Ling was too weak, so he was eliminated by the world. At this time, a proud voice floated out, causing everyone to look over. The one who spoke was a young man with long red hair. There was a mysterious fire cloud mark on his forehead. His aura was wise and mighty. It's fire cloud unification. Many people recognized that young man. Because that young man also participated in the 4 races competition. The one who represented the godly nation was the Fire Cloud Empire. However, the most dazzling person in the godly nation was Heavenly God Zhuyang, so Fire Cloud unification seemed to be a lot dimmer. Nonsense, if you didn't join forces, how could Lin Ling die? You only dare to be proud when Lin Ling is not here. Hearing that, Yu and Yuer said angrily. Fire Cloud unification is just a trash. During the 4 races competition, did he dare to face Lin Ling? That's right, he only knows how to speak ill of others behind their backs. This fire cloud unification is just a so-so. Many experts on the side of the human race also mocked. Nonsense, Lin Ling is already dead. Now it's our world. We are the youngest ancient giant. However, everyone's mocking words were exchanged with a roar. There were 2 young men beside fire cloud unification, a man and a woman. Their auras were also extremely terrifying. The strength of these 3 people seemed to have reached the level of ancient giants. Lin Ling, what qualifications do you have to be proud? Fire Cloud Unification's long hair fluttered as he coldly spat out, Lin Ling, where are you? Get out here. Get out here. His cold voice floated throughout the entire Yellow Springs mountain. He seemed to want to fight Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Yellow Springs mountain was silent. Clearly, Lin Ling's voice could not be heard. Do you see? This is the youngest genius of the human race. He doesn't even dare to face me. What a coward. His qualification for the Genesis battle has been taken away, and I will take it. Fire Cloud Unification laughed mockingly. He wanted to prove himself in front of the world's experts. In truth, he wanted to take everything from Lin Ling, including the glory. Shameless. Martial God Tianyue and the others had ugly expressions. Fire Cloud Unification clearly knew that Lin Ling was dead, but he still shouted. Clearly, he was doing it on purpose. The 2 of you also have the qualification for the Genesis battle. Then let's fight. The loser will hand over the qualification. The 2 people next to Fire Cloud Unification looked indifferently at Yu and Yuer. They obviously wanted to take away Yuer's qualification. What qualifications do you have? Seeing this, Kame Daoist immediately shouted angrily. The other party thought too highly of him. However, the 2 people ignored Kame Daoist. Instead, they looked at Yu and the others and said, don't dare to fight. You should know that Lin Ling died in our hands. At that time, his death was very tragic. He was killed by millions of experts. As his wives, don't you dare to take revenge. Yu and Yuer, don't be fooled. They want to take your spot. Martial God Tianyue immediately said. They are the top 5 in the 4 clans competition. Their strength is so great that their name shakes the world. Could it be that they don't even dare to challenge us? The man and woman smiled faintly. Their words were filled with confidence. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes flickered. Yu and Yuer's strength was obvious to all. However, the 2 people still dared to fight. They were too confident. Why should we be afraid of you? Yu and Yuer's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. they definitely wouldn't refuse this battle. Otherwise, they would feel ashamed to face Lin Ling. In fact, they had a feeling that Lin Ling wasn't dead because Lin Ling wouldn't die so easily. Looks like the top 5 has changed again. Fire Cloud Unification smiled faintly. He seemed to be extremely confident. Chapter 2154. The shock of returning. I forgot to tell you that the two of us and Fire Cloud return to one strength has greatly increased. As for why we improved, it's all thanks to the stone sculpture left behind by Lin Ling. The man and woman walked out and stated the reason for their confidence. So that's how it is. The crowd was in an uproar. Soon after, they felt that Lin Ling was truly pitiful. His treasure had been obtained by the enemy, and he had actually used it to defeat his wife. Ha! The man and woman laughed heartily. Then, a terrifying power of law erupted from their bodies. I know that all of you are very talented, but for martial artists, talent doesn't mean everything. Both of them were at the 6th rank of the martial emperor realm and they had unleashed 800,000 laws. Rumble. The entire Yellow Springs mountain shook, and countless people found it difficult to breathe. As for Yu and the others, their expressions changed drastically. In their eyes, it was as if a barrier had appeared in front of them. Tens of thousands of laws were slicing at them, and the laws of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had appeared. As for the other man, he had sunrise and sunset. This was also an extremely terrifying law of the world, and there were over 900,000 of them. What a powerful power of law! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The two of them were considered half a step into the ranks of ancient giants. There were still 2 years before the Battle of Creation. 2 years later, the two of them would definitely become ancient giants. Fight! Yu and Inuer looked at each other. Their eyes were extremely resolute, and they also erupted with the power of laws. The divine body was multicolored. Although it did not have many laws, its natural talent was still extremely powerful. As for Inuer, she released her soul force and the laws of ice and snow. Like an invisible arrow, she shot forwards. Weak. This is the top 5 of the competition. Trash. You're weak, but so is Lin Ling. However, the man and woman coldly spat out. They frowned and the nomological laws surged even more violently. Bang bang bang. Pop. Pop. The laws collided crazily, crushing Yu and the other girl with sheer numbers, causing the two of them to be in a sorry state for a while. Lin Ling is a disqualified piece of trash, and so are you. As he watched Yu and the others gradually fall into a disadvantageous position, Weiyun Guiyi's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He was very excited in his heart. He never would have thought that among the 4 races where geniuses were as common as clouds, the 3 of them would be the ones to reach the end. Geniuses like Heavenly God Nine's sons had died pitifully. Of course, Lin Ling was even more pitiful. Not only did he eliminate all the geniuses for them, he even left behind a large amount of treasures for them. Defeat. The man and woman's aura rose greatly. After obtaining Lin Ling's stone sculpture, they had also obtained a large number of law martial arts memories. Looks like I'm no match for him. The crowd couldn't help but sigh as they watched the earth-shattering battle. As for Daoist Kame and the others, their expressions were extremely solemn. Yu, go to the Kuan position. Use fire to meet fire, and earth to drown water. Use all your laws to attack that position. However, at that moment, a cold voice drifted over Yellow Springs Mountain. The voice was ethereal, hoarse, and cold. It made it impossible to tell if the person was far away or nearby. Yu frowned. The person seemed to be far away, causing the voice to change color. She didn't know who it was. However, she had no other choice. She immediately attacked according to the method that person had pointed out. Bang bang bang. What was surprising was that the terrifying spring, summer, autumn, and winter laws in front of her began to fluctuate. They were affected by her attacks. As for the woman who used the laws, her expression changed drastically. She had obtained the great Four Seasons magic power that Li Xiaoyao had left behind. This was a cultivation technique from the martial god realm. However, there was actually someone in this realm who could break it. This was too strange. Spring, summer, sun, moon, and stars are under my control. The woman coldly spat out a voice. She controlled the changes in the laws. Use water to nourish wood, use metal to break fire, go to the Qian position. Almost at the same time, the ethereal voice sounded again. Boom! Yu Yu followed the direction of the voice and attacked in a direction. Instantly, the world in front of her that was filled with laws shattered like glass. Seeing this, the crowd opened their eyes wide. This was too strange. And Yuer, give up your defense. Go straight to the yellow springs from the middle. Break through the intersection of the sun and moon. The voice sounded again, causing Yuer's body to tremble. Her soul power and ice energy shot toward the sun and moon laws. Puff! The man immediately spat out blood. His law martial art was also broken. This caused him to be shocked. Who was this person? Why was he more familiar with the law martial art than him? Good. Seeing Yu Yu and the others turn the tables, martial god Tian Yu and the others immediately became happy. The guardian of the mortal realm even laughed mockingly. You want to get into the top 5 with your strength? The voice was like a silent slap that landed on Huiyun Guei and the others' faces, causing them to feel a burning pain on their faces. Don't think that you can soar into the sky just because you got Lin Ling's benefits. The trash of the past is still trash today. The humans also cheered. The three of them were so proud before, but now they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were asking for their own humiliation. Huiyun Gui's face instantly turned ugly. He shouted coldly, "Shut up, all of you." He looked coldly at Yu Yu and Yuer, then the corners of his mouth curled up. The two of you, come at me together. Are we afraid of you? After Yu Yu and the others defeated the man and woman, their beautiful eyes stared at Huiyun Gui and nodded at the same time. Lin Ling's women will die in my hands. The killing intent in Huiyun Gui's eyes became even more intense, with a hint of madness. Although the two women were quite talented, it was impossible for them to defeat him with just that. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. However, just as he was about to move, an ethereal voice slowly drifted over from afar. White flames burned the sky, and a young man in a blue and white robe stepped out and quietly appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the majestic figure, the entire Yellow Springs mountain fell into a dead silence. Because Lin Ling had returned. What? The Yellow Springs Emperor and the others' eyes trembled violently. They had seen Lin Ling being sucked into the void passage with their own eyes. How could Lin Ling not be dead? Spiritual Master came, Yu Yu, and the others were overjoyed. Lin Ling was not dead yet. Indeed, Lin Ling could rely on his perseverance to overcome every great calamity. And today, he had returned once again. After Lin Ling's appearance, Yellow Springs Mountain was undoubtedly in turmoil. Many experts and ancient great heads were silent. Even the weaker ones felt a chill in their hearts. This was because the shadow that the legendary Lin Ling had left in their hearts was far too strong. Lin Ling must have returned to collect his debt. You're not dead. That's good. Then hand over your creation battle slot. The man and woman were shocked for a full incense stick's worth of time before they finally accepted the truth. They sneered because they had lost to Yu Yu and the others. However, they still had a chance, and that was to obtain Lin Ling's slot. Chapter 2155. Villains get their way. Although Lin Ling had been terrifying in the past, their current strength had greatly increased. They should be able to fight Lin Ling. Of course, even if they were not a match for Lin Ling, it should not be difficult for them to escape unscathed. As for the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the others, they narrowed their eyes and looked deeply at Lin Ling. No one knew what they were thinking. Lose. Attack. The man and woman attacked at the same time. What was infuriating was that they had joined forces and attacked without warning. Lin Ling, be careful. Attack. The sudden change happened too quickly, causing Yu and the others to cry out in worry. This was because the strength of the man and woman was indeed very strong. If it wasn't for the mysterious person's warning, they wouldn't have been able to win. However, they did not know that the mysterious person was Lin Ling. Using my cultivation method to kill me. Attack. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling smiled. His footsteps seemed to pass through the void. He did not use any laws and directly used the godly demon body. Suddenly, something strange happened. Lin Ling seemed to be in danger, but the man and woman's laws brushed past him. Looking at the degree of danger, Lin Ling would have been hit by the laws if he had been just a millimeter away. However, that millimeter never arrived. On the contrary, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the man, causing the man's expression to change drastically. How was this possible? Die. Attack. The answer was a punch. Boom. The man was killed by a punch. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He crossed the laws of spring, summer, autumn, and winter and instantly arrived in front of the woman. You too. Attack. Could it be that you were the one who warned Yu and the others? Attack. The woman's face was extremely pale, and a guess suddenly arose in her heart. With Lin Ling's strength, it was impossible for him to block their laws. The only explanation was that Lin Ling could easily break their laws. Do you think it's possible to use the laws of martial arts I left behind to kill me? Attack. Lin Ling replied coldly. His fists were like meteors as they blasted out. Bang! The void exploded, and that genius died again. Furthermore, a large amount of golden light enveloped Lin Ling. All the treasures they obtained from the stone sculptures were now returned to Lin Ling. The entire Yellow Spring Mountain was even quieter than before when they saw that Lin Ling had easily killed the two of them. That was because the battle had ended too quickly. Everyone could faintly see that although Lin Ling had missed the treasure they had left behind, his strength was still unfathomable. So it was Brother Ling who warned us earlier. Yu and the others were overjoyed, and many people were also enlightened. 4th level Martial Emperor. At this moment, Fire Cloud Unification finally spoke. He was also paying attention to Lin Ling's battle and was surprised by Lin Ling's strength. As soon as his voice fell, the expressions of the experts of Yellow Springs Mountain changed drastically. Then, they all looked forward to it. Lin Ling, the champion of the 4-race tournament, the #1 genius of the human race. Fire Cloud Unification, the genius of the 4-race tournament, seemed to have obtained the treasures left behind by Lin Ling. Now, his strength had increased greatly, and he considered himself the #1 genius of the 4 races. The two of them seemed to be clashing. This was also a crazy clash between a veteran genius and a new rising genius. Of course, Fire Cloud Unification's strength had increased greatly, and he would definitely not let Lin Ling go. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the sky, looking at his opponent indifferently. So what if I am? Yes. It's not strange if you are. Lin Ling's talent is stronger, and you seem to have seen through their laws of martial arts. Therefore, defeating them is not worth mentioning. Huiyun Gue said indifferently. His words made many people nod their heads. The man and woman's strength had increased, but Lin Ling's strength had also increased. With Lin Ling's monstrous talent, it was indeed possible for him to defeat them. However, you are no match for me. Fire Cloud Unification continued. I am already at the 7th stage of the Martial Emperor realm, the last stage of the Martial Emperor realm. You should know the 3 stages of the Martial Emperor realm, so you should know the gap between us. Yes. The Martial Emperor realm was divided into 3 stages, 4 stages, 6 stages, and 7 stages. These were the 3 stages, and the laws of each stage were extremely terrifying. It was a dividing line. Right now, Fire Cloud Unification was at the 3rd stage, so his strength was definitely not simple. Just a petty person intoxicated by success. In the past, when Heavenly God Nine Suns was here, you didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and you didn't even dare to face me. Today, your strength has increased greatly, and you are proud in front of me. Looking at the confident Fire Cloud Unification, Lin Ling smiled. Heavenly God Nine Suns. It's good that he's dead, but if he's not, I'll kill him because the number 1 genius of the God race is mine. Yes. Fire Cloud Unification felt a little uncomfortable, but he still shook his head. He was very clear about Heavenly God Nine Suns' strength, so he was very confident. As for a petty person intoxicated by success. It's better to say that you're behind, and this is an advantage that geniuses have. It can only be said that you, Lin Ling, were too pedantic, so you were eliminated by heaven and earth. Fire Cloud Unification looked at Lin Ling with disdain, as if he was already high above Lin Ling. Shameless. Hearing those words, Yu and the others narrowed their eyes. How could there be such a shameless person? If not for the statue left behind by Lin Ling, would Fire Cloud Unification dare to say those words now? This was simply a petty person intoxicated by success. However, I won't kill you, because in reality, everyone knows the gap between you and me. Most importantly, the people who want to kill you are them. Fire Cloud Unification looked at the ancient giants behind him. They were the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the others. At this moment, their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. They indeed wanted to kill Lin Ling, because the enmity had already been formed. It was either you die or I die. Most importantly, Lin Ling had no disciples by his side, so Lin Ling could no longer make them fear him. Didn't you want to defeat Lin Ling? Why are you giving it to us? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor looked at Fire Cloud Unification and said. It's the same no matter who kills me. I don't need to prove myself in front of the world, because everyone can see that Lin Ling will die anyway, so it's the same. Fire Cloud Unification smiled. His words seemed to be saying that Lin Ling was dead for sure, and it didn't matter who killed him. If you kill him, you can take his spot, but if we attack, the spot might not belong to you. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said indifferently. That's true. Huiyun Gue slowly nodded. Although the ancient overlords knew of his strength, the experts of the 4 clans didn't. Therefore, he indeed had to prove himself. Otherwise, others would question his qualifications to participate in the creation battle. You're really giving it to me. However, Fire Cloud Unification still asked. After all, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the other ancient giants weren't simple, and he didn't want to offend them easily. Indeed. Immortal Drunken Wine, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor, and the others nodded. Bastard. Seeing those experts treating Lin Ling as prey and condescendingly discussing with no regard for anyone else, Daoist came and the others were furious. If Sword Immortal Tsang and the other experts were here, would the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the others dare to be arrogant? On the other hand, Lin Ling looked extremely calm, as if he knew that these people who used to be afraid of him were now proud of themselves. In that case, I'll attack. Lin Ling, rank 4 Martial Emperor, your laws should have reached 500,000. You're so pitiful because your woman is stronger than you. Chapter 2156. You're a loser. Unfortunately, my laws have reached 2 million. Moreover, this is because I just broke through. If I was given a little more time, 10 million laws wouldn't be a problem. Step by step, he walked out, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be on fire. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. Rumble. Yellow Springs Mountain immediately exploded like a volcano. My flame is called the Heavenly Punishment Burning Mountain Flame. Although it's not one of the 10 great divine flames of the world, I have more laws. Rumble. The sky was filled with flames. The clouds were burning. There were tigers and dragons roaring. Some weaker martial artists directly spat out blood. 2 million laws were terrifying. It could be said that even if Heavenly God, 9 Sons and Pink Crown Prince were still alive, they would still be defeated by fire cloud unification. This was also the reason why Huyen Guai was so confident. It was because he had the right to be arrogant. In this world, miracles always happen to geniuses. The elites of the various clans were all shocked. From the most ordinary genius to first place, this kind of matter was not often seen, but Huyen Guai had done it. Die. After the laws exploded to their limits, fire cloud unification finally spat out a cold sentence. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His body was also covered in dazzling white flames. It was so gloomy that it seemed to freeze the world. Every step he took was accompanied by the howls of ghosts. At this moment, he seemed more like the Yellow Spring Lord than the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. He stretched out his right hand, and the Yellow Spring flame turned into a huge reincarnation ring. Ring after ring, it surged into the sky. Almost at the same time, the surging power of the laws completely erupted. In an instant, 1,500,000 laws. Although his laws were weaker than fire cloud unification, Lin Ling's talent was stronger than fire cloud unification. What? When the ancient giants saw that, their faces changed drastically. Lin Ling was only at rank 4 martial emperor realm, but he possessed 1.5 million precepts. This must be fake. As for fire cloud unification, the arrogance on his face had vanished. In fact, he had already paid enough attention to Lin Ling, but he was certain that Lin Ling was definitely not his match. However, the result was that he had still underestimated Lin Ling. At this moment, he only wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, he was too confident earlier, so it was too late for him to retreat. In the sky, the white 6 paths of reincarnation roared like the hand of the Grim Reaper, causing all the flames in the mountain to shoot up into the sky. Fire cloud unification also couldn't control itself and shot up into the sky. You talk so much nonsense, but that's all you have. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's calm voice exploded in Yellow Springs Mountain like thunder. Lin Ling didn't make a move, but once he did, the heavens and earth changed color. Rumble. The white reincarnation circle in the sky was erupting. On the ground, fire cloud unification's laws and flames were all burned away. Fire cloud unification's face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he was able to withstand the powerful force of the sky. What did you say your fire was called? Compared to his wretched state, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He walked out, and with a wave of his sleeves, fire cloud unification's flames were extinguished. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even the Yellow Springs Emperor and the others were shocked. Where did Lin Ling go during this period of time? How did his strength increase so quickly? You treated me as prey before. Lin Ling's voice floated over again. The sarcasm was extremely thick. Thump. 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 Fire cloud unification took 3 steps back. His face was green and red. He had been humiliated by Lin Ling in their first encounter. Did he have the qualifications to treat Lin Ling as prey? Good, good, good. Very good. If you, Lin Ling, were too weak, I, Fire Cloud Unification, would not be interested. Now, I'm very satisfied with your strength. Fire Cloud Unification said coldly as he suppressed the shock in his heart. His words aroused the interest of many. Fire Cloud Unification didn't seem to have reached his limit. Moreover, the stronger Lin Ling was, the stronger his fighting spirit was. Could it be that Fire Cloud Unification was hiding a trump card? However, thinking about it, he was a rank 7 martial emperor. How could he be defeated so quickly? Interested. Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. With Fire Cloud Unification's personality, he wanted nothing more than to defeat Lin Ling in one move and win beautifully. It was just that he couldn't do it. That was why he said such hypocritical words. In reality, he wanted to cover up his previous embarrassment. You will know. Watch carefully. Heaven's punishment burning mountain flame. With a low shout, a mysterious power bloomed. Fire Cloud Unification disappeared. Rumble. The flames that had disappeared began to burn once again. They covered the entire mountain. This was the heavenly punishment mountain burning flame. Boom. Almost at the same time, the lightning formed by the flame struck Lin Ling with the might of the heavens. It exploded in front of Lin Ling, causing the ground to crack open. Heaven's punishment. Heaven's punishment formed by flames. Could this be Fire Cloud Unification's final trump card? The previous Heaven's punishment was just a reminder to let you know the power of Heaven's punishment. Fire Cloud Unification's arrogant voice floated out from the raging flames. It was so ethereal that no one could find a trace of it. And the previous attack was just a reminder. Fire Cloud Unification was very confident. Seeing this, the Emperor of Netherworld and the others laughed. Fire Cloud Unification's law martial technique was not simple. However, Lin Ling also smiled. His left eye blossomed with a demonic light, causing his entire being to become demonic. 1,000 elephant demonic eyes, see through everything. Paw. With a single step, Lin Ling walked towards one of the flames. He reached out with one hand, and with a snap, his left hand grabbed a neck and forcefully pulled a figure out of the flames. You are more useless than I thought. Right in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling casually grabbed Fire Cloud Unification and lifted it up. Boom! This change caused an uproar in Netherworld Mountain. That was too easy. A level 4 martial emperor fighting against a level 7 martial emperor could capture someone so easily. How is this possible? At that moment, Fire Cloud Unification's mind was blown. Lin Ling had seen through him. One should know that his law of heaven and earth represented heaven's punishment and heaven's punishment. However, Lin Ling could even capture heaven. He wanted to resist, but the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky sucked him in, making it impossible for him to resist. Compared to 9 suns God, you are too weak. Even if you have my treasure, you are still useless. Lin Ling said disdainfully. You said I am useless. You actually said I am useless. Fire Cloud Unification's face was extremely ugly. His strength had increased greatly and he should be the most powerful person after the ancient giants. How could Lin Ling call him useless? He was not satisfied. Because if it wasn't for Lin Ling, he, Fire Cloud Unification, would rule the world. Ha! Lin Ling nodded slightly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he shouted, You are useless. Boom! His voice was like endless thunder, causing countless echoes. Lin Ling was telling Fire Cloud Unification that he was useless. Moreover, he said it in front of everyone, letting his voice spread throughout Netherworld Mountain. Poof!